Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Baron Peter. Storm Kingdom, Peter territory. In front of the castle, covered with dust and creepers, an arrow flew off the string and landed on a wolf running fast in the jungle. Two German shepherd-like hounds beside Sunan quickly chased after it, following the injured wolf closely and constantly biting it from behind, consuming his physical strength. About a quarter of an hour later, the two hounds returned to Sunan with the body of the wolf in their mouths. Sunan, a 16-year-old young baron, was wearing leather armor and riding on the back of a white-fronted warhorse. He was carrying arrows, wearing a pair of black gloves, and holding a strong bow. He had just shot an arrow at the galloping wolf. There were 6 soldiers following him, but these 6 soldiers were only wearing cloth armor and holding some farm tools as weapons. The knight attendant beside him, who was about 30 years old, squatted down, cut the wolf's throat with a fine dagger, and put the wolf's blood in a wooden barrel. Robert, the knight's squire, asked in confusion, "Sir, what do you want the blood of a wolf for? Can this thing really cure the old butler?" "Don't worry, the ingredients for the potion have been gathered," Sunan replied concisely. "In this way, all the materials for the werewolf curse potion have been collected. I just hope that the list of potion materials inferred by the intelligent brain, based on the incomplete information, is valid. However, there is no other way. I can only treat the dying horse as a living horse and cure my loyal old butler." Sunan ordered the super artificial AI intelligent brain that merged with him in his heart to reanalyze the data in front of him. Sunan age 16 strength, 1 speed, 1 physique, 1 spiritual power, 8.5 for ordinary adult men. All values are compressed to 1. According to the 36,111 books related to magic and wizards currently loaded, it can be inferred that the minimum spiritual standard of wizards is 10. Sunan raised his eyebrows. In fact, he had already traveled through 5 years ago. When I came here, I was an 11-year-old child. At that time, Baron Peter, who was originally from this territory, was called by the Storm Kingdom to participate in the war. But when he came back, he was carried back on a stretcher. Baron Peter did not die at the hands of the enemy, but his body was strangely festering, and he always said that their troops accidentally entered an ancient tomb, and that those who stole the treasures of the ancient tomb, as well as his descendants, would be cursed and would not live to adulthood. The Baron died in this strange situation. It left a mess. Originally, Peter's territory had a slightly wealthy commercial town, Maple Leaf Town, 7 villages, a large manor, and 3 affiliated knight territories. It was a relatively powerful territory among the Baron territories. But after the death of Baron Peter, a formal knight, and the 11-year-old Sunan inherited the Baron title, the entire territory fell apart. The 3 lords of the knight territory no longer actually recognized the new Baron Peter, Sunan, as their lord. Although they were still part of the baronies in name, they were actually independent. The Maple Leaf Town Council also chose independence, because it was obvious that Sunan at that time did not have enough military capabilities to protect the wealth of Maple Leaf Town. Maple Leaf Town no longer paid taxes to Sunan. Instead, they hired mercenaries and organized militias to protect themselves. The knights also robbed the 6 richest villages of the 7 villages, leaving only the poorest and most loyal Amorid village. Sunan was speechless to find that he only had an ancestral manor, a poor village, 3 nominal knight territories and a nominal commercial town. But the 3 knight territories and Maple Leaf Town, although independent, left the debt on themselves. In those days, in order to build a commercial town in the pioneering area and bring wealth to his territory, Baron Peter borrowed about 30,000 gold coins from the royal family of the kingdom. Therefore, although Maple Leaf Town is independent in fact, in the eyes of the royal family of Storm Kingdom, Maple Leaf Town still belongs to Baron Peter, so they will only ask for debts from themselves. Warwick, his loyal old butler, had to go to Maple Leaf Town because the royal tax collector came to collect debts several times, hoping that the town council of Maple Leaf Town would take the initiative to repay this part of the loan. Who knew that the town council of Maple Leaf Town actually hired a group of rogues to beat up the old butler? The poor old butler was seriously injured and lying on the bed in his manor castle. He could only be taken care of by the maid every day, and his life was in danger. Sunan originally wanted to believe in the Storm God, the main god of the Storm Church, the state religion of the Storm Kingdom, and then embark on the path of the Storm Knight. But unfortunately, he had received too much education from atheists in his previous life, and he could only regard the Storm God, if he really existed, as a higher life form. Therefore, it is difficult to philosophize and theologize it, and love the Storm God as his own father. But the knight profession in this world requires faith first, and then through years of training, the blessing of special secret medicine, and most importantly, the cleansing of faith, one can gradually strengthen his body, and become a formal knight. According to the speculation of the intelligent brain chip, the standard strength of a formal knight should be 3, the standard speed is 3, and the standard physique is 3, which means that it is 3 times stronger than an ordinary adult male. This is an amazing number. After all, as long as you are 20% stronger than others, you can produce an absolute crushing effect, and you will be a brave and combative warrior. What's more, the physical fitness is all round, which is 3 times stronger than the average strength of adult men. It can be said that the formal knights in this world are all small American teams per capita. This also caused the feudal power of this world to be extremely powerful. After all, as the core of the feudal system, the knight, the power of this class, is much stronger than the Middle Ages and the previous life, so this world has long remained in the Middle Ages. As long as I become a formal knight, I may be able to restore the divided Baron Peter, but the problem is that I can't take the knight's path. At this time, Sunan set his sights on the legends of the so-called wizards mentioned in the ancient books in his father's library. According to the records in the ancient books, whether wizards really exist or not, at least in the legend, the wizards in this world are basically atheists. This is very consistent with his nature. So, he used the super artificial AI smart chip that he brought with him when he traveled through time to continuously scan relevant books and collect wizard information in order to find those wizards. Although he did not find the real wizard, the super artificial AI reversed some possible formulas of magic potions from the clues in these books and scanned local animals, plants, minerals, traditional culture and other materials in the past 5 years, trying to complete some reversed formulas of magic potions. Sunan asked the servants to take out a bottle of azure magic potion in a wooden box. The potion in the glass bottle even flashed with blue light, as dazzling as the starry sky, as if there was a galaxy rotating in it. Sunan opened the potion and drank it in one gulp. This is the first potion, mental power enhancement potion, that he has deduced from various miscellaneous books using super artificial AI in the past 5 years. For 2 years, he has been drinking a bottle of this potion every day. This has led to his mental power being continuously strengthened, reaching 8.5 times the average mental power of ordinary people. The super artificial intelligence AI is the golden finger he brought with him when he traveled through time. In fact, he was essentially struck by lightning when he traveled through time. That day, he lived on the 27th floor and played a game of Europa Universalis 40k on the balcony in a stormy thunderstorm. After he passed the technology level, mechanical ascension, he obtained a central brain chip that can control the entire human interstellar society. As a result, a lightning bolt just happened to strike down, and he traveled through time. For some reason, this chip actually combined with himself and materialized from the game, becoming a central brain chip with powerful functions. Of course, the chip has many external interfaces and must be combined with a planet-level device to become an intelligent control chip at the center of the Milky Way. He currently does not have enough resources to make a computing power expansion device for the chip. But despite this, the intelligent brain still has enough computing power to collect system information such as the territory of Baron Peter and even the flora and fauna of this Mediterranean development area, and to reversely deduce some clues of wizards from the messy books. For example, taking mental strength enhancement potions every day has brought some benefits to myself. My mental strength has become very strong. It is easier to concentrate, and it is easier to notice some small details that I didn't notice before. Even, I can feel some primary emotions from others, such as sadness and anger. After Sunan got the wolf blood, he said to Robert, the knight attendant beside him, let's go back to the castle. I will not fail to avenge the old butler. After 5 years of dormancy, I have gained enough power to protect myself. The most important thing is that the territory is another matter. But I also want to become a transcendent, a wizard, and become one of those wizards who play with death and manipulate life and death in those storybooks. The upper limit of the knight's road is actually limited. Even if you become a so-called legendary knight, you will only live a few decades longer than ordinary people. If it is an ordinary great knight or knight, the lifespan is even shorter than that of ordinary people. After all, long-term high-intensity fighting and exercise are very physically exhausting. Even to maintain his exaggerated muscles all over his body, he needs to consume a lot of energy every moment. The Storm Church always promotes not to resist death, because after death, believers can go to the kingdom of the Storm God. But for the atheist Sunan, it is worse than nothing. Even if it is true, what can a person like him do in the kingdom of God? Can he be a pet singing hymns for the Storm God? Instead, it is a wizard. Sunan has read a travel note, which records that a wizard has lived for 500 years. His life is about to end, but he can't break through the realm and go to the next level. So, before he died, he transformed himself into a lich. He can walk in this world again and enjoy the beauty of this world. Sunan said to his soldiers in shabby cloth armor, let's return to the castle. The two hounds stopped gnawing on the remaining body of the wild wolf and took the initiative to walk to the front of the team and lead the way in the jungle. Chapter 2 Werewolf Curse Transformation Potion. The manor in the center of Peter's territory is located in the attic at the top of the tower. There is a complete set of crucible equipment here. Sunan asked his knight squire Robert to guard the door. Robert was left to him by his father. He was the biggest military support. Robert regarded his original father as his adoptive father. When he was young, he was a serf who escaped from other manors. Because he was taken in and appreciated by the old Baron Peter, he became a knight squire of the Storm Knight. Therefore, he is very loyal to him. In a sense, he is half a brother to him. Even 5 years ago, when it was the most difficult time, some knights wanted to bribe him, but he was not tempted. Instead, he always fought for his legitimate interests. A lot of flowing data appeared in Sunan's left eye, and a grid-like torrent of data scanned the attic. Intelligent brain. Start the auxiliary control mode. Auxiliary control mode has been started. The so-called auxiliary mode is a small auxiliary ability of the super artificial intelligence AI. Once started, it can help Sunan to fully control his body. In this way, any tiny mistakes will not occur. Even the most complicated process can be operated accurately without any tiny mistakes. Sunan said, show the werewolf curse potion formula. There are currently 4 werewolf curse potion formulas speculated. One formula is power optimization type, one formula is vitality optimization type, one formula is speed enhancement type, and one formula is high level werewolf intelligence type. The vitality optimization type will have the most serious impact on the user's IQ, and it is predicted that it will reduce the user's IQ by about 60. The power optimization type will reduce the user's IQ by 30, and the speed enhancement type will reduce the user's IQ by 10. The high-level werewolf intelligence type can switch between human and werewolf forms at will, is not affected by the full moon, will not affect the original human IQ, and will add the user's wolf pack collective consciousness related intelligence, but the high-level werewolf intelligence type is the most difficult to refine. Sunan hesitated. Show the high-level werewolf intelligence type, and will refine the high-level werewolf intelligence type werewolf curse potion. The super artificial AI brain is the highest level of artificial intelligence that can host mechanical ascension. Even without an external computing power expansion device, it is not difficult to help itself refine a potion. Anyway, the most difficult step is to spend 5 years recording books and local information. I have already taken this step. More flowing data appeared in my left eye. Then, I lit the firewood under the crucible and added water to the crucible. First, I added 3 common herbs, Aconitum fasciata, Polygonum multiflorum, Evening primrose, and Oenothera grandiflora, followed by 3 kinds of ores, iron powder, lead powder, and copper powder. The 3 kinds of herbs are easy to say, but the 3 kinds of ore powders behind still require a lot of money if they want to make a large amount of potions. At the same time, Sunan opened the attic window to let the moonlight outside in and let the moonlight reflect on his crucible. The intelligent brain speculated that the wizard's more basic potion refining did not require them to use their magic power during the potion refining. As long as they used reasonable methods, they could also squeeze out the weak magic power hidden between the herbs. And through the special mixed herbs, the magic power floating in the air can be absorbed, such as the moonlight of the full moon tonight. Just like Sunan didn't know any meditation method or other wizard training methods that could enhance his mental power, but by taking the mental power enhancement potion that the intelligent brain forcibly inferred from the miscellaneous books, he could still continuously strengthen his mental power in the past 2 years. Of course, the premise is that the inferred formula of the werewolf curse transformation potion this time is correct. Under Sunan's precise operation to milligrams, every time he added herbs or metal powder to the boiling water in the crucible, the color inside the crucible would change drastically. 5 minutes later, when the color of the liquid in the crucible turned dark green and bubbles appeared one by one, because of the boiling hot water, he added an important material, silver lotus, of the advanced werewolf intelligent werewolf curse potion into the crucible. Then, a silver lotus was added. The potion in the entire crucible became more active, and the dark green liquid originally became a dark green liquid with silver in it, and began to become beautiful. Sunan seemed to hear the howling of wolves in his ears, and a blood-red picture appeared in front of him. His mental power surpassed that of ordinary people, and he seemed to be connected with something. If he hadn't been assisted by the intelligent brain, he might have failed to refine it at this time, but even in this special situation, Sunan's hands could still accurately grasp the heat, time, and amount. He refined the potion without any error. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, analyze the reasons why I saw and heard abnormal sounds in pictures. One benefit of merging with super artificial intelligence in the soul is that your eyes and ears have become tools for receiving information. The intelligent brain can share the pictures you see and the feelings you feel. Analyzing detected that your mental power has become abnormally active. Insufficient data, difficult to analyze. Big data deduction, simulation. There are 2 speculations. Speculation 1, when you were making the werewolf curse potion, you were disturbed by the magic power of the werewolf curse potion floating in the air. Recommended solution: reduce the impact of indirect breathing potion on you by holding your breath for 1 minute every other minute. Speculation 2, making the werewolf curse potion seems to have produced a special coupling reaction to your mental power, causing your original mental power to undergo a special change in nature. No recommended solution. But from the current situation, it is likely to be beneficial to you. The transformed mental power has traces of transformation into mana. If this inference is correct, you may have found a way to obtain mana by refining related potions without any witchcraft practice methods. Sunan was stunned for a moment and chose to hold his breath temporarily, but the situation did not improve much. Illusions still appeared in front of him, but apart from a little interference to himself, it did not have much impact. Instead, it seemed to have given him some kind of power. Perhaps, inference 2 is correct. His mental power is evolving into corresponding mana in the process of refining potions. This is a great thing for him, because for a long time, he could only enhance his mental power by drinking potions, but this is not a real wizard at all. But he could not find a real wizard to learn how to obtain mana. But he did not expect that he could actually obtain mana by refining the werewolf curse transformation potion. Sunan poured a bucket of wolf blood into the crucible, and the liquid in the crucible immediately boiled like hot oil in the fire. He even thought he really heard the howling of wolves. A picture appeared in front of him, under the full moon, on a wilderness full of silver evening primrose flowers. Wild wolves were surrounding him, as if they regarded him as the leader of the wolf pack. A drop of noble blood, the wolf pack cannot lose its leader. Wolves are creatures that must live in groups, so you must give the wolf pack a wolf king. If you don't add a drop of noble blood, the werewolf who takes your potion will completely lose human wisdom. If the drop of blood added is not the blood of a noble, but the blood of a commoner, the situation will be very complicated. If it is too ordinary and not enough to become a wolf king, it will cause the werewolf who takes your potion to be in a state of mental mania. But if the owner of this blood has a higher mind and ambition than the noble, it will make the situation more complicated. At present, there is insufficient information to fully deduce, but it seems that the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The potion in the crucible was at its most boiling state. Sunan pierced his index finger with the collar pin on his chest and let his blood drip into the crucible. Then, Sunan endured the heartache and threw 5 gold coins into the crucible. In this world, gold is a thing that contains profound magic. The intelligent brain deduced from a series of miscellaneous books that wizards once wanted to use the method of refining the Philosopher's Stone to completely replace the gold magic contained in gold. Sunan believed that this might be the culprit for the high price of gold. After the potion in the crucible corroded the gold, the liquid in the entire crucible turned red and gold. Then, he moved away from the crucible and let the boiling potion liquid in the crucible be illuminated by the moonlight of the full moon for at least an hour. This is the last step, because the last material for the werewolf curse to transform the potion is the moonlight of the full moon. An hour later, Sunan carefully poured the potion into 5 glass bottles. The red and gold dream potion was refreshing. In this way, he has made the werewolf curse transformation potion. Even though he was the one who made this potion himself, Sunan was a little bit unbelievable. He looked at the 5 bottles of potion on the table. Would the person who drank this potion really be cursed by him to be a werewolf? Exclamation mark. Sunan suddenly stretched out his palm towards the candle on the desk in front of him. His mental power was extremely concentrated. Then he saw the flame of the candle swaying slowly under the influence of his thoughts. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Intelligent brain, analyze the current phenomenon. Insufficient data. The current wizard civilization and mechanical civilization are too different. It is difficult to analyze and conduct big data deduction. The most likely possibility at present is that your mental power was partially converted into real mana during the process of refining the magic potion, and this part of mana is likely to be recoverable. Part of your mental power has been permanently converted into mana. It is speculated that at least 2 points of your mental power have been converted into mana. So that's it. No wonder I always feel that my thoughts can interfere with the real world and affect the laws of physics. Just now, I suddenly had an idea and raised my palm to try it out. I found that I could really influence the laws of reality with my mind. If Newton saw me now, he would probably be so angry that he would crawl out of his coffin. I can really influence the laws of physics now. Sunan said, this is the method of wizards that I forcibly deduced from miscellaneous books. How powerful real wizards must be. If we can find them, the intelligent brain may be able to infer more things. He picked up a bottle of potion on the table, ordered Robert to continue to guard the attic, and walked quickly towards the old butler's room in the castle. Anyway, the old butler is now incurable. I can only prolong his life by transforming him into a werewolf. Chapter 3, Warwick, the first werewolf. In the room of the old butler Warwick. Warwick was already terminally ill. He was too old. This year, he was already 83 years old. The medical technology of this era could not cure him at all. Mr. Petro, the doctor of Baron Peter, had sentenced the old butler Warwick to death the moment he saw him. He said that this was not a situation that could be cured by medical skills. Even if he went to Stormwind Castle, the capital, he could not find a doctor who could cure Warwick's injuries. I'm afraid that only the court physician could still do something. Now, in Warwick's room, the head maid was directing the maids to clean the room, remove the dust, and put the vase of lavender at the head of the old butler Warwick's bed, hoping to make him more energetic. But Warwick became weaker and weaker. Before he died, the only thing he was worried about was his little master, the young Baron Peter, who was only 16 years old now, but had to carry the barony independently. Warwick looked at the ceiling. For the first time, he was so afraid of death. He stretched out his hand to the ceiling. God of storms, please don't take his life. He still wants to see the young master Sunan Peter conquer the territory and make the baronial territory alive again. But when Warwick saw his wrinkled, old palms covered with age spots, Warwick's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was suddenly brought back to reality by his own old age. The head maid came over and said, Sir Warwick, Lord Sunan is here. He came to see you. The head maid Pera is also an old man in this manor. She is over 60 years old this year. In order to stay in this manor and take care of the daily life of the Peter family, she gave up marriage and devoted her life to this great cause that she believes in. She has witnessed the rise of the Peter family and also witnessed the decline of the Peter family. Warwick grabbed Sunan's hand and whispered, "Lord Sunan, I want to tell you." Sunan raised his eyebrows. He was asking the intelligent brain to analyze Warwick's physical condition so that he could make some small adjustments when he took the magic potion he made, but he didn't expect Warwick to be very excited to see him. Sunan could only comfort him. "Wait a moment, old Warwick. Wait a moment. If you have anything to say, your injuries are too serious. I need to do some tests on you. Don't let your emotions interfere with your judgment." Warwick was very excited and he wanted to get up from the bed. "No. If I don't tell you these things, it will be too late, and I may not live long enough to tell you everything I want to say." "Lord Sunan, no, my master. You should sell this territory and the remaining village we have. I can contact some nobles I know and sell the 2 territories at a high price for you so that you can buy a smaller manor in the suburbs of Stormwind or even in the city. The one that signed the contract with the royal family is the Baron Peter. As long as you lose this territory, you will no longer have any debts. You can live a wonderful life as a rich man there, with no enemies, no threats, no betrayers, no robbers. You will be there, so poor that you only have money left. Maybe we can't keep the Baron Peter, but you and your descendants will still be able to live a life without worries. Buy a few more shops and a few serfs. Young master, you don't have to stay here for us old people. I'm dying." Sunan raised a brow, opened a bottle of red and gold potion, and poured it into his mouth. "Warwick, you are still a long way from death. Also, we are no longer in trouble. I have grown up, and I have enough power to take back what originally belonged to me and reunite the territory of Baron Peter. Baron Peter was divided because of my young age, and now it will be reunited because of my power. We don't have to leave here. After all, this is where you and the head maid grew up and lived all your lives. I think you may have a special feeling for this land." Sunan thought. "Besides, it's ridiculous to give up your own territory and go to Storm Castle. Storm Castle is also the headquarters of the Storm Church. Once the church finds out that I'm conducting potion research, it will be troublesome." Warwick looked at Sunan in confusion. He didn't notice that as he drank the werewolf curse conversion potion, he spoke more and more powerfully. His skin became elastic again, as if he had returned to his youthful and energetic 20s. His eyes were no longer cloudy. Under his old body, there was a new vitality. The moonlight of the full moon outside the window shone in. Sunan took a half step back. Intelligent brain, record all the changes in Warwick's body and mark it as werewolf core experimental subject number 1. At present, the wizard resources that he can access are limited, and he has not even seen a real wizard. It is not clear whether there are really living wizards. After all, it is also possible that wizards have become extinct. Therefore, Sunan decided to let the intelligent brain focus on development and reverse deduction first, as well as deduction of magic potion, and then develop a series of byproducts and subsequent advanced products based on this magic potion. In this way, he should be able to form a wolf group composed of dark creatures at the fastest speed. In this way, it is a simple matter to reunite the territory. With the werewolf group, he can collect more resources related to wizards, and it will be easier to find wizards. Of course, at the same time, the deduction and research of potions to improve his strength must not be suspended. The premise for achieving all this is not to affect oneself and improve one's strength. Sunan said to the head maid, "Let the maids leave the housekeeper's room and return to their respective servants' rooms." Although the head maid didn't understand, she turned around and faithfully carried out Sunan's order. At the same time, Warwick on the bed discovered the changes in his body. Something with evil magic entered his life. When he sat up suddenly from the bed, he used his eyes that had turned into wolf pupils to see his shadow on the ground under the full moonlight. It was not a human at all. It was a wolf. Not a werewolf, but a wolf, just like the wolf that Sunan had hunted in the jungle before. "What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so comfortable?" Warwick raised his hand. Within a minute, his mouth became bulges, his eyes became golden rings, his whole body was covered with wolf hair, his body structure began to become more suitable for sudden outbreaks, and his fingers grew into wolf claws. Warwick looked at Sunan in surprise, and said with some trembling, "Lord Sunan, is it true what you said before, your research on wizards?" Sunan stood there and nodded calmly. Warwick's body began to transform from werewolf form to human form. Sunan noticed this, which meant that the potion he had refined was perfect, and had almost no side effects. Warwick could switch between human and werewolf forms at will. Warwick was very shocked. In fact, nobles would form secret societies in private, such as studying mysterious witchcraft, or engaging in cults, and even offering serf girls as sacrifices to evil gods. This was basically a private hobby among nobles. But as far as Warwick knew, nobles who did these things would not gain anything. Otherwise, it would not be the knights who ruled the countless castles on this land. For a long time, he had always believed that wizards did not exist. Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Warwick, are you scared?" Warwick was stunned for a moment. He still looked like a white-haired old man in a suit. Because of habit, he even had to use a civilized stick as a crutch when he stood. But inside, he had become a werewolf. With the power of the immortal night, he was reborn. The surging power in his body intoxicated him. He was even more loyal to Sunan. He said to Sunan, "My lord, I will always be loyal to you and the Peter family. I have never been loyal to the king, let alone the church and the so-called god of storms. No matter who you are, I will not be afraid." The old werewolf Warwick clenched his fists. He looked at his fists and said, "I even feel happy. You are indeed the son of the old Baron. Those who betrayed our territory will finally pay the price." Although he was in human form, Warwick's 2 canine teeth were exposed when he was angry, and his eyes turned into golden circles. The evil magic power in him was exactly the same as that in Sunan. After all, he was actually transformed into a werewolf by Sunan's magic power. Sunan's loyalty to the old butler has never been surprised. Originally, the old butler Warwick was a person who served his family for 3 generations, and his loyalty has withstood the test of time. Moreover, the werewolf curse transformation potion has a side effect that is not considered a side effect. That is, the person who takes this potion will have his strongest emotions magnified. Before the old butler Warwick died, the strongest emotion was that he was worried about himself and wanted to live again to serve himself. When he transformed into a werewolf, because of the potion, his loyalty was magnified at least 3 times. In this way, he became more loyal to himself. It was basically impossible for him to betray. In addition, the noble blood used in the potion for the werewolf curse conversion potion was his own, which would cause the werewolf transformed in this way to naturally regard himself as the leader of the wolf pack. Sunan frowned, and for a moment, he seemed to be connected with the old werewolf Warwick, but it seemed to be an illusion. The intelligent brain analyzed the current situation. Is my judgment correct? During the test, your magic power did have a relatively shallow connection with the old werewolf Warwick. Because magic power is too subjective, there is currently insufficient information, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. In the inspection materials, the concept of wolf pack was mentioned in many fairy tales, travel notes and storybooks native to the Storm Kingdom. It is speculated that the so-called wolf pack is a special case of weak connection in magic power. A lone wolf that leaves the wolf pack will be weak, and a wolf pack without a leader will be incapable of doing anything. Being in a wolf pack, it seems that the power between werewolves can be shared. The leader of the wolf pack is suspected to be able to concentrate the power of all the wolves, or share magic power with his own wolf pack, so as to achieve destructive power that individuals cannot obtain. Currently, there are too few werewolves to effectively analyze. Please create more werewolves. If there are more werewolf research subjects, perhaps with the assistance of artificial intelligence, you can design potential connections to control the wolf pack. Warwick looked at his palm and still couldn't believe it. Just now, he was almost dead. Now he didn't feel any pain at all, but felt that he was in very good condition. He even wanted to compete with Robert, Sunan's night squire, to see who was more powerful. The old butler Warwick asked Sunan, "So Lord Sunan, are you a wizard now?" Sunan shook his head. "Definitely not. I just found some traces of wizards from the pile of old papers. The old butler Warwick said, "That's enough. You are really amazing. I didn't expect that there are still such secrets hidden in the pile of miscellaneous books of the old Baron. I'm afraid that only an excellent person like you, young master, can discover the secrets hidden in those books. Young master, it seems that my previous worries about you were all unnecessary. This is great." Sunan nodded. "That's right. In fact, many mysteries are hidden in ancient books. Wait for people to find them 1,000 years later, 3,000 years later, or even 5,000 years later." Warwick said, "Am I still human now?" Sunan said, "Of course. You can think of yourself as having an extra transformed form, or as some kind of subhuman. But generally speaking, you are still human." Warwick said, "Young master, what abilities do I have now besides regaining the power of youth?" Sunan thought for a moment and said, "You possess all the basic abilities of the werewolf race I designed, as well as the special ability of intelligent and highly intelligent werewolves to establish and join wolf packs, and have the freedom to switch forms at will. You possess the basic rapid self-healing ability of the werewolf race, and ordinary swords and guns should not be able to effectively hurt you. You have superhuman jumping ability, far greater strength than ordinary people, a stronger physique than ordinary people, and the tough fur and sharp claws of a werewolf. Although you cannot cast magic power, the Dark Knight magic flows in your blood vessels, bringing you all-round physical fitness enhancement, as well as the most core werewolf race's powerful self-healing ability." A data stream appeared in Sunan's left eye, scanning the data on Warwick's physical condition. Warwick age: 83, race, human, werewolf, strength 1.9, speed 2.0, constitution 3, special ability 1, reduces normal damage. Damage caused by normal weapons seems to be no longer fatal. Special ability 2, super speed self-healing, possessing a strong self-healing ability, which allows it to exert a much stronger power than the data on paper. Weaknesses: afraid of fire, afraid of silver weapons. On a full moon, each physical fitness can theoretically increase by 0.5. Warwick looked at his new body and was very satisfied. "Thank you, little master." Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the headmaid Pera walked in. Pella raised her eyebrows, looked at Warwick, who looked like he was about 40 years old, restrained her heartbeat, and said, "In my opinion, there is another benefit. It seems to restore youth. Young master, please don't be too partial. I also want to transform into a werewolf. Besides, this way I can better protect you in this manner. An old man like me doesn't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay in the land I'm familiar with forever." Chapter 4, Werewolf Messenger. At Pera's request, Sunan could only give her a potion to transform her into a werewolf. In this way, the intelligent brain can obtain more data. After the headmaid transformed into a werewolf, she suddenly regained her youth. She was already in her 60s, but she looked like she was only in her 30s. This made Pera smile all day long, and because of the nature of women, she began to dress herself up again, and even some maids began to envy her. The maids in the castle kept asking the headmaid how she managed to restore her beauty. This is too lethal for women. In this way, the butler and headmaid in his manor, the two most important management positions, are all werewolves. The intelligent brain, which has collected more data, began to accelerate the development of related potions, and began to develop a special leader-type werewolf curse transformation potion for Sunan. That's right, in order to improve combat effectiveness, Sunan is ready to take the potion himself. After all, just simply transforming into a werewolf can obtain panel data close to that of a formal knight. It saved countless hard work for the regular knights. However, the intelligent brain did not understand wizard civilization and wizards after all. Therefore, in order to prevent the werewolf gene from affecting the wizard's magic power, the intelligent brain used biomass robot technology to create a human virtual machine block in Sunan's spinal cord. The intelligent brain will limit the magic produced by taking potions to this human virtual machine module. In this way, he is still a completely pure-blooded human. However, because of the human virtual machine, he can start the virtual machine at any time and transform into a werewolf. In this way, he can use his werewolf army to the maximum efficiency. Regarding the group of rebels in Maple Leaf Town, Sunan has no intention of cleaning them up for the time being. After all, Maple Leaf Town is a nearby commercial town, relatively wealthy, and can afford to hire wandering knights and knight attendants, as well as a large number of militia. So Sunan plans to continue researching potions, strengthen his territory, and wait until the werewolf army truly forms combat effectiveness, and then settle accounts with those damned rebellious capitalists for hiring people to beat up the old butler Warwick. Half a month later, in the attic of the castle tower in Peter's Manor, Sunan once again refined a variant of the werewolf curse transformation potion. He stood in front of the crucible and poured the green gold potion in the crucible into 2 glass bottles. This was the new potion formula that the intelligent brain had re-derived based on previous experimental data in a week. It was a werewolf curse transformation potion, courier version, used to make low-level werewolves. Sunan turned around and fed the 2 bottles of potion to the 2 hounds. Suddenly, the 2 obedient hounds bared their teeth, as if they were in great pain. Their limbs began to grow longer, their pupils turned into golden circles, their body postures began to resemble humans, and their hind limbs quickly became extremely developed, and they could stand and walk on their 2 hind legs. Sunan felt that the 2 loyal hounds he raised seemed to have established some kind of connection with him, and were observing him with a flattering attitude. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, collect experimental data. According to your request, the werewolf courier is a potion for non-humans. The werewolf courier will not affect the IQ of the person who takes it, but the person who takes it must be a dog. According to speculation, the person who takes the potion should become a werewolf that is slightly smaller and more agile than a human, and it can actually increase his IQ by 30 points. This will make the IQ of the werewolf courier close to that of a 12 or 13-year-old human. From the current situation, the situation is basically in line with the previous inference. We have already learned more about the relevant properties of the werewolf curse transformation potions. Since the IQ of the werewolf courier is relatively low, the courier werewolf will be more loyal to the wolf pack and fearless of death." Sunan said, "Show me the specific data of the werewolf courier." Sunan's left eye suddenly appeared with a flood of data composed of countless grids and numbers. Werewolf courier age. 3 years old. Strength 1.5, speed 2.5, constitution 1.5, racial skill 1, reduce ordinary damage, racial skill 2, super speed, self-healing, weakness, fire, silver, flaw, poor IQ, so that he must be commanded by the wolf pack. Sunan patted the heads of the 2 German shepherds and stroked them. Suddenly, the 2 miniature versions of the werewolves wagged their tails and purred in enjoyment. There was no way, even if they turned into werewolves, it seemed that they would not change the habits of dogs. Judging from the panel alone, the courier version of the werewolf has almost half the data of the high-level werewolf, except that the agility is 0.5 more than the high-level werewolf. However, the advantage is that it is obedient and the cost is relatively low. When Sunan turned around to clean up the crucible, he found a werewolf lying on the ground, rolling around, and showing his belly to him. Sunan was speechless. "Big wolf, second wolf, return to your dog form. Your current image is not suitable for being spoiled." Suddenly, the 2 werewolves lying on the ground, showing their bellies to Sunan, turned into 2 dogs again, jumped up from the ground, and began to stick out their tongues and lick Sunan's trouser legs. Sunan said, "It's still more pleasing to the eye in dog form." The cost of each bottle of high-level werewolf wisdom potion is about 5 gold coins, while the cost of each bottle of werewolf messenger potion is only 1 gold coin. In addition, the high-level werewolf potion needs to be taken by humans, while the messenger potion only needs dogs. In a sense, this can reduce the cost of building my werewolf army. This time, Sunan refined the werewolf curse transformation potion, and converted another point of his mental power into mana. In this way, 3 points of his mental power have been converted into mana. At present, his mental strength has reached 8.7, and he has converted 3 units of mana. Unfortunately, his physique, strength and speed are still 1, and there is not much change. This is also the reason why Sunan wants to take the werewolf curse transformation potion, to gain powerful melee ability and life-saving ability. When Sunan walked out of the attic and came to the bluestone brick corridor in the castle with 2 hounds, the old butler Warwick trotted towards him. Warwick said to Sunan, "Young master, trouble is coming." The old butler Warwick changed his previous gloomy face. He said there is trouble, but the expression on his face was eager to move. Sunan asked curiously, "What happened? Is the royal family here to collect debts again? Or did the Maple Leaf Town Council send people here?" Warwick said, "Our village was attacked by bandits. You also know that, since the old Baron passed away, our territory has lost protection for a long time. Those bandits have occupied the main commercial road leading to Baron Peter's territory for 7 years. But the 3 knights and the Maple Leaf Town Council who were originally loyal to us watched the bandits cut off our road, fearing that we could easily contact the outside world and seek help from the outside world. Those damn bandits also specialized in looting nearby villages. In the past, our village was the easiest to be robbed by them. Just yesterday, they looted our village again. Lord Sunan, look, there is a representative of the suffering victims standing outside our castle. She wants our help. She said that the bandits not only looted the village yesterday, but also took away her newborn brother. I think it should be the trafficking of babies. Sir, should we fight back against the bandits?" Sunan looked down from the stone window on the castle, and indeed saw a timid and frightened girl standing on the grass below the castle. She looked tired and uneasy, because she was too worried, so she looked tired. When Sunan looked down at her, the girl quickly lowered her head, and did not dare to look directly at Sunan. After all, for civilians in this era, it was illegal to just look directly at nobles. What's more, this was her lord. In this era, for the people of the territory, the lord was their king. There were territorial courts serving the lords in the territory, and there were soldiers belonging to the lords, to maintain order and arrest criminals. The lords could control the judiciary, legislation, and law enforcement, and had the power to collect taxes and establish an army. It can be said that under the feudal system, the lords were essentially small kings and had unlimited rights to fight back when their territories were violated. In particular, the Storm Kingdom, to which Baron Peter belonged, was a country with a lifespan of less than 100 years. The territory of this country was built on the land of a conquered 2,000-year-old empire that collapsed. Their fathers were all knights from the west. After defeating the ancient pagan empire, they transplanted a storm kingdom on the corpse of the empire. In this way, each lord became more independent. The king of the storm kingdom was essentially just a leader of the lords. He was not the most powerful one. Outside the castle, it suddenly rained, which made the girl waiting under the castle even colder. The thin clothes she wore were not enough to protect her from the cold and dampness. Sunan said to the old butler Warwick, "Let the villager enter the castle and ask Lady Pera, the head maid, to give her a clean maid's dress." The old butler Warwick hesitated for a moment and said, "Your order is the law in this castle." "But young master, that woman is a pagan. Her family are all villagers who believe in the god of law. According to the unspoken rules among the nobles, villagers who believe in the god of law cannot step into the castle of the Spokesperson of the storm god. Noble. Letting her enter the castle seems to be an obstacle to your majesty." Sunan said, "In my eyes, she is just a poor subject who needs my protection. No matter what her beliefs are, as long as she is loyal to my territory, it doesn't matter." Sunan remembered a famous declaration of the Venice Maritime Empire in his previous life, and said, "Baron Peter's territory comes first, and his beliefs come second." The old butler Warwick was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that their castle was almost a den of werewolves, and Sunan had mastered the technology of refining potions. What religious differences did they still insist on? What else is there to discriminate against? What about the villagers, who believe in the god of law? They are almost becoming atheists. The old butler Warwick smiled and said, "That's right. Then I'll go down quickly and let the poor little girl change into comfortable clothes. The people of Morad village have suffered enough." Sunan said, "Give me a map of those bandit strongholds. You and the head maid should prepare. I want to test the actual combat data of the werewolves." Sunan originally wanted to test the actual combat data of high-level werewolves and werewolf messengers. After all, no matter how good your theory and panel data are, they must be verified in actual combat. The intelligent brain also needs to record relevant actual combat data to more accurately estimate the strength of different werewolves and better design different types of werewolves. Only then can your own werewolf army have more powerful combat effectiveness. The old butler Warwick's body trembled, his pupils turned into golden rings, and his fangs were exposed. The werewolves are eager to kill. In the past half month, the old butler Warwick has been patiently watching the enemies who continue to be rampant in Baron Peter's territory. Prepare to see them slowly going to destruction with your own eyes. On the edge of Baron Peter's territory, the bandits occupied a high ground. This high ground is located in the hills, and there are also large forests nearby. This makes it easy for the bandits to use the complex terrain to counterattack when attacked by the terrain. After all, on the battlefield, the party occupying the high ground will undoubtedly gain a huge advantage. For example, if your cavalry rushes from the plain to the high ground, the combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. For example, if your archers shoot from high to low, the accuracy, range, and power will definitely be different from shooting from the plain to the high ground. Outside the bandits' stronghold, there are many wooden walls surrounded by wood, as well as bandits holding swords and crossbows. Now, it is dusk. Because they have robbed food and property again, these bandits who make a living by robbery, have lit many torches in the stronghold before nightfall. They are preparing to enjoy the food they looted from the villagers yesterday. The rabbits and fat pigs, that the villagers were reluctant to kill, were led out of the houses. The robbers slaughtered them without any care, and began to steam, or grill them wastefully. Sunan, Warwick, the head maid, and 2 hounds hid in the woods, observing everything. In fact, the more complex the terrain, the more advantageous it is for werewolves. Werewolves, who are very agile, and have strong survivability, are very advantageous for street fighting. In the bushes, werewolves with enhanced 5 senses, especially their sense of smell, can easily identify the enemy's position, movement speed and direction. If it gets dark later, it will be the werewolf's home court. According to the intelligent brain, werewolves generally have strong night vision. This seems to be because when making the werewolf curse transformation potion, werewolves and full moons were linked together at the magic level, which resulted in almost solidified night vision for every werewolf. At this time, beside the bonfire in the center of the bandit stronghold, an extremely burly, gifted, 2-meter tall strong man, as the leader of this stronghold, sat on a tree stump, and said to the thin man in front of him who was neatly dressed like a businessman, "Go back and tell your town council that you asked me to deliberately provoke the Baron and plunder his village, and I did it. But you want me to attack the castle directly, then your offer is not enough. At least give me 3 times the supplies you promised to give me every month. Otherwise, only a fool would attack the castle. I'm not afraid of that Baron, Kit, but the defense of that castle is still very troublesome. Maintaining the current situation is not bad for me. Anyway, the terrain of my stronghold is so complicated that it is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Besides, if I kill this kid Baron, it will be difficult for me to find a territory that is so easy to control. If the kingdom gives the territory to a new baron, or lets the knights led by those knights become new barons, it will be very troublesome for me." Chapter 5 Bandit Stronghold. Sunan was also a little surprised. It turned out that the people in the town council had colluded with these bandits. The old butler Warwick was very angry about this, and the head maid Pera could hardly control herself. But Sunan did not have much emotional fluctuations about this. First, this was just a normal conspiracy between nobles after all. Maple Leaf Town has always been wary of itself, worried that their independence would be threatened by itself. Second, these bandits will all become dead tonight. In the jungle, Sunan said, "It's dark. Wolf, you should first use a hidden way to destroy the 2 largest wooden arrow towers in the bandit stronghold. The 2 arrow towers located on the edge of the bandit stronghold are the core of the entire bandit stronghold. The bandits on these 2 arrow towers use crossfire, coupled with the special and complex terrain. Even the trainee knight Robert could not withstand the attack. Once, Robert also thought about solving this group of bandits alone for Sunan and the territory, but because these bandits seemed to know some military technology, he was unable to support himself, and could only retreat under the 2 towers. At this time, Wolf, like a hound, jumped up at Sunan's feet, and jumped into the jungle. Sunan thought to himself, intelligent brain, start recording the actual combat data of the werewolf messenger, and name the file wolfpack number 1. Sunan can use the weak connection on the magic level, generated by the wolfpack effect, to see some discontinuous picture fragments from the perspective of werewolf messenger number 1. This is enough for the intelligent brain to obtain relevant actual combat data. After entering the jungle, werewolf number 1 easily found a bandit sentry who had been hiding in the jungle. When the bandit heard some suspicious sounds, he went around the tree behind him, then went around the fist-thick tree and hit the bandit's back with one claw. The bandit looked at the huge monster behind him in horror in the dark night. Strange monster. Then, his head was crushed by werewolf messenger number 1, and he didn't have time to send any signal. The werewolf messenger turned around and rushed towards the bandit's stronghold. The wooden fence could not effectively intercept the werewolf's attack. The werewolf messenger easily climbed over the wooden fence and headed towards the 2 arrow towers. Because it was dark and the werewolf messenger was agile, no robbers had discovered it yet. In the woods, countless grid-shaped data streams rolled in Sunan's left eye. The werewolf messenger's lurking ability has basically met the standard, and the werewolf messenger's actual combat ability has basically met the expectations when refining potions. The old butler Warwick said, "Those robbers seem to have begun to discover your hounds." That's right, the 5 robber archers on the first tower had not had time to launch an attack before they were secretly climbed up the tower and attacked from behind by the wolf. They were all killed. But one archer knocked over the torch on the tower before he died, causing the entire wooden tower to be ignited by flames. When Sunan was refining the werewolf curse transformation potion, he knew that the magic power of pure silver and the magic power of fire were the most restraining magic power on the werewolf. Therefore, the flames disturbed wolf, who howled and jumped to another tower in the air. At this moment, the bandit stronghold discovered that their camp had been invaded. The tower, where the fire spread rapidly, became a huge candle in the dark night, which frightened the bandits. Who could have invaded so secretly? Could it be that the 3 storm knights led by Baron Peter finally couldn't stand it anymore and attacked their bandit stronghold? Exclamation mark. Another tower quickly discovered Wolf, who was attacking them. In the sight shared by Sunan and Wolf, the bandits on the tower vaguely saw a huge black shadow attacking them at high speed in the dark night, so they launched attacks on the black shadow again and again. Dozens of arrows attacked the black shadow, but the effect was very unsatisfactory because in the dark night, the accuracy was poor. The most important thing was that the arrows shot at the werewolf messenger, and it seemed almost uninjured. At this moment, the werewolf messenger had already rushed to the tower, and the robbers on the tower only saw its appearance clearly. For the people in this world, their thoughts have been suppressed by the church for a long time, and they have never seen any monsters. The appearance of the werewolf messenger has a great psychological impact on them. The robbers on the tower were terrified. What kind of monster is this? Is it a wolf or a human? Why is it so big? My arrow has clearly hit his throat. Why is it useless? My arrow was squeezed out by the muscles in his throat. Oh my god. God of law, what kind of monster is this? God of storms, have you cursed us? The werewolf messenger rushed over at a very fast speed, scratching the throat of each robber with his claws, and blood flowed. Even if there were robbers who had not died yet, he would step on their backs and die completely. The speed of the werewolf messenger is twice that of an ordinary adult man, and his strength and physique are only 1.5 times. But this standard of 1 refers to an adult male with a comprehensive nutrition and long-term exercise and a healthy body. These bandits were not well nourished, and it was good enough if they could even eat enough. In other words, if their actual combat effectiveness was ranked by the intelligent brain, it would be estimated to be between 0.6 and 0.9. The data of a few elite bandits might be better. Therefore, the werewolf messenger was full of suppression for them, and if the right weapons were not used to deal with the werewolves, it would often be twice the result with half the effort. It was almost impossible to suppress and stop the werewolves. At this moment, the towers that the bandit stronghold relied on to stop Sunan for several years and wipe out this stronghold were all shrouded in flames. Under Sunan's order, the werewolf messenger took the initiative to overturn several torches on the towers and ignited the last tower. This meant that from now on, no one could use these two constructions to invade the people of the territory, and Sunan, the bandit leader next to the bonfire in the center of the bandit stronghold, stood up. He looked at the werewolf messenger slaughtering in the distance and took a breath of cold air. He had fought many enemies. He was once a deserter from the Eastern Empire. He had been a bandit and a robber in the cracks of the Storm Kingdom, but he had never encountered such a monster. This was not the kind of black bear he had encountered while hunting. Moreover, the bandit leader saw with his own eyes that his men had inserted iron swords and forks into the body of the werewolf messenger, but the werewolf messenger did not react at all. He slapped two bandits with his backhand and then jumped behind the group of bandits to prevent the bandits from rushing up and suppressing him with their collective strength. Under Sunan's command, the werewolf messenger jumped, ran, and killed at the same time, like the most efficient killing machine in the dark. The power from the witchcraft creation made this group of mortal bandits have no ability to fight back. The combat effectiveness of the werewolf messenger was better than he imagined. In fact, the most important thing was the werewolf's weird ability to avoid injury. I'm afraid that a werewolf messenger would be able to give him a pot, even if he faced a night flame. That monster is avoiding the flame. He must be afraid of it. The bandit leader was a smart man. Otherwise he would not have survived until now, and even as a deserter of the remnants of the previous dynasty, he was still living quite well. The bandit leader shouted loudly, "Raise the torch, use the torch to attack the monster." But the stronghold became more chaotic, because there was another werewolf messenger, the second hound raised by Sunan, coming from the other direction of the bandit stronghold. Sunan threw in the second werewolf messenger. This made the mob in the bandit stronghold collapse directly. They were not really well-trained soldiers. At this moment, facing two monsters that their worldview could not explain, some of them had already given up resistance and began to turn around and run away. The bandit leader's face was extremely ugly. He didn't understand why so many monsters attacked his camp. Did I offend someone? Or is this just a coincidence, a punishment from the god of law for my shameless behavior? No. Chapter 6, Law Night Squire. In just 10 minutes, the entire bandit camp went from a jubilant celebration to a scene of broken limbs everywhere. The bandits had almost all given up resistance, and they only wanted to escape. The stronghold was destroyed when the two towers fell. Damn monster. The bandit leader swung his broadsword and chopped it on the werewolf's shoulder. The heavy force split a huge hole on the back of the werewolf messenger. At the same time, the werewolf messenger turned around and hit the bandit leader's chest with a claw, but unexpectedly, the bandit leader groaned, but did not retreat. He was wearing chainmail, so he did not suffer much injury. Sunan used the werewolf messenger to scan the bandit leader's physical fitness with the intelligent brain, and found that this guy's physical fitness was very close to his knight squire Robert. This guy turned out to be a knight squire. And he should not be a storm knight, but a knight squire of the law knight. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to analyze the specific data of this guy. Constitution 2, Strength 1.7, Speed 1.4, Mental Strength 1.1. According to the standard, it is a typical knight squire, but the storm knight's speed attribute is greater than other attributes, and the opponent's constitution attribute is greater than other attributes, so it is likely to be a law knight. Sunan said, "That's good. It's just right to see the werewolf messenger's combat performance against the knight's squire. Wolf, fight him." Sunan used the wolf pack effect to prevent Wolf from dodging, and instead fought the bandit leader head-on. Wolf, who turned into a werewolf messenger, stood in place and attacked the bandit leader frantically. Both sides exchanged a lot of injuries. But the bandit leader saw with his own eyes that the wounds on the werewolf messenger were recovering rapidly, and his chainmail was gradually becoming tattered, and his physical injuries were gradually getting worse, and his heart became heavier. What kind of monster is this? Why did they provoke this monster? Could it be that he couldn't even hurt this monster? Wait a minute. The bandit leader suddenly slashed at the flames with a sword, and at the same time, slashed at the werewolf messenger's claws with the flames. Bang! The bandit leader looked at the wounds left on the werewolf messenger's claws and felt a burst of joy in his heart because he saw that the wounds burned by the flames did indeed heal much slower. The flames were indeed its weakness. It was not impossible for him to win. The bandit leader looked at the camp. At this moment, many areas of the camp had turned into a sea of fire because of the battle, so he could shift the direction of the battle to those seas of fire. In this way, even if he could not defeat these monsters, he could at least survive with the help of these flames. As long as, while the bandit leader was calculating in his mind, he suddenly saw an unbelievable scene, which completely disintegrated his mind to think about it. He saw two werewolves with larger bodies coming from outside the camp, which were more powerful than the previous two monsters. So there are more monsters? How could he beat these monsters? The thin merchant next to him had an extremely ugly face. At this moment, he spoke incoherently to the bandit leader in a terrified tone. I'm the son of the mayor of Maple Leaf Town. You must protect me. As long as you can protect me, Maple Leaf Town can provide you with any supplies you need in the future. The bandit leader barely blocked the attack of the werewolf messenger with his sword. Do you think I have the ability to protect you? What's the use of having so much money? Can you still make a deal with these monsters? God of law, what kind of monsters are these? Why did I meet them? The bandit leader chopped the werewolf messenger on the forehead with a broadsword. He struggled to survive in despair, and finally stopped a werewolf messenger temporarily. However, in his desperate eyes, the werewolf messenger whose head was split open was recovering rapidly. He felt as if he was facing an immortal monster, and the monster's claws were about to hit his chest. Wolverine, wait a minute. That's enough. Sunan stopped him, and he walked out of the jungle and came to the center of the camp. Warwick and Peter are also interested in the knight's squire. I also want to test the combat performance of high-level werewolves against knight's squires. The materials for the experiment are limited, so you can't kill any more. In the stunned eyes of the bandit leader, the terrible unkillable monster quickly shrank in size and turned into a smaller hound, then wagged its tail, ran to Sunan's feet, and began to lick Sunan's shoes. At the same time, another werewolf monster also turned back into a hound, ran to Sunan's feet, wagged its tail, and competed for favor. At that time, all the bandits in the entire bandit stronghold had died. The bandit leader looked at Sunan, and it turned out that these monsters had owners. So this human is the manipulator of those monsters? When the bandit leader thought that the two terrible monsters just now were two licking dogs at this person's feet, he felt absurd and ridiculous. All his men in the stronghold he had painstakingly built for several years died because of two dogs who licked their master's shoes. Although it was dim at night, he still vaguely recognized Sunan's identity. The moment he recognized him, the bandit leader's eyes widened, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You are the little Baron. So that's how it is. The person we provoked is you. You can actually control such a monster. What is this? Could it be that wizards really exist in this world? Can the secret fellowship among your nobles really produce results? He laughed bitterly and laughed at himself. He looked at the two taller werewolves. Since Sunan had said their names before, it was not difficult to guess. These two werewolves must be the old butler in the castle and the head maid who only muttered every time. But since they have such power, why have they tolerated their looting in the past few years? The merchant behind the bandit leader immediately rolled over. Lord Baron Sunan, I'm your vassal. This is a misunderstanding. We are one family. I will convince my father to surrender immediately. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Sunan seemed not to hear their voices at all. Instead, he was patrolling the battlefield, as if he was thinking deeply. Intelligent brain, analyze the shortcomings of the werewolf messenger in this actual combat. In the actual combat, the attack power of the werewolf messenger is sufficient, but a large number of seriously injured robbers have appeared, but they have not died immediately, and the werewolf messenger needs to make additional attacks. At the same time, when the werewolf messenger attacks the shield-holding robber, it cannot immediately completely destroy the opponent's wooden shield. In essence, the werewolves converted by the two werewolf potions are always fighting the enemy with bare hands. They all exist. If the enemy they face is an armored enemy, they may be suppressed by the enemy's soldiers when the enemy finds the werewolf's weakness. It is recommended to continue to enhance the werewolf's attack power. Subsequent potions can be added. Weaponized potions are used to supplement the werewolves. Additional direction 1. Strengthen the hardness of the werewolf's claws, making them close to the strength of steel, so that the destructive power against shields and armor can be increased. Potential project, Iron Claw Potion. Additional direction 2. Add venom to the werewolf's claws to make the enemies scratched and bitten by the werewolves fall into immune collapse, preventing them from being seriously injured and receiving treatment, and not dying. It can also make people bitten by werewolves confused and unable to distinguish between enemies and friends, further disintegrating the enemy's armed group. Potential project, Wolf Poison Potion. Sunan nodded. Create a second file to record the battle between the high-level werewolves and the knight's squires, and name the file Wolfpack number 2. 5 minutes later, Para and Warwick killed the bandit leader and the merchant. The bandit leader was already injured, and Para and Warwick's panel data all crushed him. He was not vulnerable to ordinary weapons, and he was not given the opportunity to use fire. Therefore, Warwick and Para killed him like an adult beating a child. In this way, the bandit group that had been entrenched in Baron Peter's territory for many years was completely wiped out. This battle was easier than Sunan had imagined. Sunan thought, witchcraft is really too powerful for mortals. The next step is to start with Maple Leaf Town. With Maple Leaf Town, I can get more experimental materials. This will be of greater benefit to me in perfecting my werewolf army. Sunan said to the old butler, Warwick, you and Para search for usable supplies in the bandit camp to see if you can find anything. If there is anything suspected to be related to wizards, bring it to me immediately. Chapter 7. Obtain 2 new potion recipes. Maple Leaf Town, the seat of the town council. Old Baron Peter obtained a loan of 30,000 gold coins from the royal family to build this town, so the entire town's buildings were specially planned. They are all red bricks and white walls. On such an ancient land, there stands such a town with red bricks and white walls, so this town was named Maple Leaf Town. But old Baron Peter did not expect that as the king of the Storm Kingdom faced the call of the Bulgarian butcher in the north, he would die in that war, and with his death, Maple Leaf Town also became independent. At this time, Shortcut, the mayor of Maple Leaf Town, looked at the 2 bodies carried in on stretchers with a grim face. One was his son's. The other was the leader of the bandit who was the squire of the Law Knight. Donnet, the captain of the militia under the town council, said with regret, Mr. Mayor, when we arrived, the entire bandit's stronghold was burned down by fire. This is the situation. Please be sad. May the god of storms bless you. He couldn't say anything more, because Mayor Shortcut was staring at him with hatred. This is my only son, and I'm almost 50 this year. How can I mourn? If I pray to the god of storms, will my son come back to life? Mayor Shortcut realized his slip of the tongue, and although there were not many people in the town council hall at the moment, the town's church priest was still there, so he coughed, suppressed his sadness, and explained, I don't mean to disrespect the god of storms. I mean, I want to know who killed my son. What weapons did they use? Are all the bandits dead? The militia captain said with a stiff face, the situation is also strange. Your son. The bodies of the bandits are all covered with claw marks of some animal, and bite marks. It seems to be the claws and teeth of wolves, but if we compare the size of the claw marks and tooth marks, then the size of these wolves seems to be too large. Besides, can a group of wolves really wipe out a bandit stronghold? Mayor Shortcut stared in disbelief, his muscles tense. You mean, the one who killed my only son wasn't even a human, but a group of animals that came from nowhere? I can't even find someone to avenge. Captain. The town priest walked to the 2 bodies and looked at the wounds on the 2 bodies in confusion. If you say that wolves can kill ordinary people, I believe it. But you say that wolves can kill this knight of law squire. I don't believe it. The captain of the militia said, then father, can you tell me who did it? The priest pursed his lips. He didn't have any clues. Mayor Shortcut's brain was working quickly. It is also possible that someone used a weapon similar to wolf claws. From the result, who would kill those bandits? Who would deliberately kill my son? People who have a grudge against us will not have a grudge against those bandits, and people who have a grudge against those bandits will not have a grudge against us. The only one who has a grudge against both the bandits and us is that little Baron Peter. Hearing the mayor's speculation, both the priest and the captain of the militia rolled their eyes. Mage could also took a half step back and quickly denied his idea. But this is not right. How could that young man have such great power? No, I don't care. Anyway, anyone who is related to my son's death, even if it is just a little bit, must pay the price. Whether the Baron is innocent or not, I will take revenge on him. Wait for me. Sooner or later I will find the murderer who killed my son. The captain of the militia and the priest looked at each other, and both of them remained rational, and did not remind the mayor who had lost his mind at this time. Maple Leaf Town belongs to the town council, and the town council is not the mayor's one-man show. In order to fight against the little Baron and the 3 knights, everyone elected the mayor in one fell swoop, but if it was for the mayor's personal revenge, then it is not certain whether the presidents of the major guilds in Maple Leaf Town will continue to support him. But both of them tacitly did not say this. If the mayor is so stupid that he can't even see such a thing, then Maple Leaf Town really needs to change a mayor. The captain of the militia team continued to look at the 2 bodies. He saw the horrible claw marks on the 2 bodies, as well as the horrified expressions. His shoulders trembled. Is this really the result of a normal battle? What did these 2 people see before they died? God of storms, he must be imagining things. Besides, there are many churches in the town. There is even a district church led by the chief priest, which can radiate to the scattered human settlements around, and some churches in villages in backward territories. With the chief priest, there won't be any weird things. In the attic at the highest point of Baron Peter's castle, Sunan was very satisfied. Now his mental power has reached 8.8 after taking the mental power enhancement potion. Although he did not have the orthodox method of wizards to improve his mental power, he did find a different way to go out of the evil way by injecting medicine into himself. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, check the reason why my mental power is increasing faster. Is it because the effect of the potion has enhanced me? An unexpected situation has occurred when designing the potion formula. The werewolves seem to be able to slightly increase their strength during killing. Through the wolf pack effect, you share the mana that they use to increase their abilities when killing people, so your mental power is also increasing." According to speculation, the problem may be that when designing the potion, the full moon light was used as a last ingredient. The werewolves and the full moon light were associated together, resulting in a special situation. Currently, there is insufficient information, and it is not known what the upper limit of the werewolf's ability to increase through killing is, but the increase is very weak, and there are signs of speed decay, so the impact is not very large. Sunan nodded. But as the end of the wolf pack effect, he enjoyed the mana shared by the entire wolf pack when they increased their abilities, so in just one night, he increased his mental power by 0.1. The intelligent brain speculated that the wizard's mental power was at least above 10, and now he has 8.8. Sunan said, "The task I gave you before was to speed up the deduction of the potion formula that can go a step further and improve my mental power. How is the progress? Upgrade of the potion formula for mental power enhancement, +1, project, progress. 97%. The original progress was only 40%. From the books and materials collected last night, I got important information, and the progress was rapid." Sunan raised his eyebrows. Last night, they took back a large amount of food that was looted by the villagers, and also looted the robbers' inventory. The harvest alone reached 300 gold coins, which made the old housekeeper and the head maid very happy. At the same time, he also got a batch of ancient books that the robbers looted from an ancient church. These ancient books were not written in common language, but in some kind of ancient text. But the intelligent computer had already deciphered similar ancient texts, so it quickly deciphered the contents of this batch of books and scanned them. But I didn't expect that the contents of this batch of books would be so useful. Sunan said, "In addition to this, what other information about wizards have we obtained?" From that batch of ancient books, we obtained some information that is suspected to be related to wizards. From that batch of books, a total of 73 books, we parsed and pieced together to complete and usable potions, and eliminated 7 trap-like potion formulas. At the same time, in addition to eliminating a large amount of useless and misleading information, we obtained a hidden diary similar to that written by a wizard, from which we inferred that even wizards have strengths and weaknesses. Based on the current existing information, it can be inferred that there are different levels among wizards. Before formal wizards, there are third-class wizard apprentices, second-class wizard apprentices, and first-class wizard apprentices. In addition, it seems that special potions are needed between first-class wizard apprentices and formal wizard apprentices, and this ritual is speculated to be a very scarce resource in the wizard world. Sunan raised his eyebrows. So, is a mental power of 10 or above equivalent to a third-class wizard apprentice or a formal wizard? It is currently impossible to speculate. Because of the serious lack of relevant information, any deduction will be distorted. Under the most ideal circumstances, it is very likely that the mental power of 10 is only the minimum standard for the mental power of a third-class wizard apprentice. According to the overall situation, this analysis is likely to be completely wrong and overestimates the mental power of wizards. Sunan understood. But in this way, he has no way to judge how strong he is now relative to real wizards. Unexpectedly, he could get such a big gain by destroying a bandit stronghold. But it is also true. Those bandits traveled all over the country, and during the long period of robbery, they might have robbed some things related to wizards. But they have neither the knowledge nor the ability to interpret those books. Find one or two really useful things from millions of words. Sunan said, what are the 2 potion formulas obtained by analysis? 1. Sleepy head potion. 2. Sacrificial hand potion. 1. The sleepy bug potion only has about half of the original potion. Because it is too incomplete, we can only speculate the remaining half through the context and related content. Because there are relevant experimental records of the sleepy bug potion, we can quickly reverse the original potion formula and optimize some of the effects. The expected effect of this potion is that when the potion bottle is thrown, a kind of insect swarm mist potion is produced, which drills into the enemy's nose and makes the enemy have a moderate sleep for about 5 minutes. There are only 5 simple materials. 10 grams of kudzu grass, 5 grams of lavender, 3 grams of willow leaves, a silver coin, and a cricket. You can add it to water and extract the magic power according to a specific fire, and then transform it into the sleepy bug potion through your mana and specific spells. This potion requires a mana-based brew. It is estimated that 1 unit of mana is required, but you now have 3 units of mana. Sunan raised his eyebrows. The other materials were only slightly tedious to collect. Willow leaves, kudzu grass, crickets and the like. In this rural area, you can always find what you want by going around in the woods. No wonder in fairy tales, wizards like to wander around in the wilderness. Only the silver coin that was really used to make potions. It seems that making potions really requires a lot of resources. I really need to take down Maple Leaf Town. Sunan was surprised and said, neither the mental enhancement potion nor the werewolf curse potion requires mana. Why does this sleepy bug potion need it? The information is seriously insufficient. The reason is unknown, but it must be so from the existing information. Speculation 1. The previous 2 are not instant offensive potions. Speculation 2. The sleepy bug potion is a negative status potion, which is completely opposite to the previous 2 potions. Sunan thought about it and stopped worrying about this issue. He was too lacking in information now. Anyway, he already knew that, by refining some powerful potions, his mental power would be converted into mana. Although he didn't have any meditation methods, spell models, or anything like that, he could still see the door of the wizard through this unorthodox method. The second potion, the Hand of Sacrifice. The formula of this potion was well preserved, but the method of refining was too difficult, so after a lot of deductions, the refining method was simplified, and the need for child sacrifice was eliminated. After proper optimization, it is predictable that the potion itself is strengthened. The reason why the deduction was so fast was that the book you got from the robbers also contained experimental data on this potion. What's strange is that the formula obtained by reverse deduction seems to be closer to the original formula of this potion. The formula of this potion seems to have been modified, but the power has not been enhanced, but weakened during the modification. The function has become strange, and the difficulty and cost of refining have increased. You can soak 3 bottles of sacrificial hand in your left hand, and soak your left hand each time for 3 nights. You can obtain a left hand that can use telekinesis. The more seriously you are injured, the stronger this telekinesis will be. There are 9 materials required, a set of herbs. 1. Belladonna. 2. Foxglove. 3. Elderberry powder. 4. Mistletoe, a set of ores. 1. Malachite. 2. Lapis lazuli. 3. Hematite. 4. Labradorite. 10 gold coins. Seeing that 10 gold coins were needed, Sunan was stunned. Why does the sacrificial hand potion require so many gold coins? From the current information and situation, the number of gold coins used has nothing to do with the strength of the potion. This is related to the design of the potion itself, and also to the function to be achieved. Sunan nodded. Both of these potions are very useful, and it is best for me to refine them in a short time. However, these materials are too diverse, and the people in his castle and the village may not be able to collect them all. With so many materials, he must send someone to the market in the nearby commercial town of Maple Leaf Town to buy them all at once. The sleepy bug potion can be used as an alternative means of attack for himself and his subordinate wolf packs, which should be very useful and is a necessity. The sacrificial hand potion can improve his single player combat ability. Although he has not found witchcraft, he can use potions to barely replace it. At the same time, most of the computing power of the intelligent brain is now being used to upgrade the mental enhancement potion, the iron claw potion, and the wolf poison potion. Sunan plans to wait for the intelligent brain to deduce the formula, and then go to the Maple Leaf Town market to collect all the potions at once. Moreover, since the mental enhancement potion can upgrade +1, the formula, and there are level distinctions among wizards, I think potions must also have level distinctions. The future werewolf curse potion series should also need to be upgraded. Sunan looked at the 2 sleeping hounds squatting next to the attic, blew a whistle, and then ordered, "You go to the trade route near Maple Leaf Town at night and attack all the caravans in Maple Leaf Town. The first goal is to protect yourself and avoid being seen." He did not have the energy to directly manage Maple Leaf Town for the time being, but as the price for them letting the bandits attack his village, he would let the 2 werewolf messengers teach them a lesson first. At the same time, Sunan looked at the window and said, "Intelligent brain, what is the wizard's diary you got? Can you tell from it whether there are still wizards in this world now? Are all those wizards dead, or have they left, or are they hiding in some corner of this world?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Discovering the Deep Blue Wizard's Diary. Sunan opened the diary found by the intelligent brain. This so-called diary is the coded text hidden in the classics of the God of Law. By hiding the beginning and the end and other regular methods, using the clues in the diary, comparing with the classics of the God of Law, and referring to the deciphering, you can get the diary left by this wizard. It must be said that, if there is no intelligent brain, ordinary people will not find anything unusual, even if they get these 2 books. This is a backup plan left by me, the Deep Blue Wizard. Before leaving this land, that is too barren for me now, I took the last precaution. After all, although this land is no longer important, it is the birthplace of everyone. After we leave, if the same thing happens to this land again, it is very likely that the people on this land will no longer be able to handle it alone. I think that just like the 4 seasons will flow, this barren land will give birth to magic again. Just like the tide, when the tide rises, this land will have new vitality again. But the thing left under the Hagiosophaea may come out again. Therefore, I left this notebook to tell the people who found this matter, please protect the Hagiosophaea. No matter when, this church must not be destroyed. As long as the church is basically intact, nothing will happen. Considering the practical reasons, I can't leave too much magic on this land. But if you need help at this moment, you can go to the Central Library of Constantinople and check the book numbered 1023. I left some things there that can help you. The last words of the first ring wizard, the Deep Blue Wizard, in this world, I may never come back again. Sunan raised his eyebrows. From this diary, it can be learned that some wizards seem to have left here for some reasons. Therefore, the Storm Kingdom is very close to the normal medieval world. Because the wizards left here, only mortals were left here. And for a long time, it should be difficult to cast magic in this land. If this is the case, then now I can cast magic again because the so-called magic tide mentioned by the deep blue wizard in the diary has risen. When the magic tide recedes, this land will be like a beach exposed to the sun, and magic cannot exist here. But where did the wizards go? Will they come back? Looking at the owner of this diary, the deep blue wizard means that this land is no longer important to wizards, and most wizards may not come back. Moreover, what does the thing under the Hagia Sophia mean? Sunan was a little confused about this, but he was very interested in the magic mentioned in the diary. It's just that Constantinople is now the capital of Storm King City, Storm Castle. But he still owes the royal family 30,000 gold coins. If he pays it back, his motivation in this regard is somewhat insufficient, because it's not his debt. Besides, there are a lot of nobles who refuse to pay. But if he goes to Storm Castle like this, he is really worried that people will think that he is rich now and can go out for a trip, so he will be detained. Forget it, there is no benefit in thinking about these. Sunan memorized the treasure location in the diary, ready to get it when he has the conditions in the future. Now, he had to digest the 2 new potion formulas he got from killing the bandits. Sunan wrote down the 20 or so potion materials he needed on a piece of white paper, then found the old butler Warwick, and said to him in the study, "Mr. Warwick, I need you to help me get these materials. It doesn't matter if it's a trade or some other way, but I need these materials." The old butler Warwick looked at Sunan and guessed, "Young master, are these the materials you need to make potions?" Sunan nodded. Warwick became serious. In his eyes, Sunan was no longer a descendant of an old baron who he needed to care about, and had no ability to protect himself. He was the new baron of Peter Baron's territory. The potion materials that Sunan needed would be the top priority of the territory. He also saw the power of those potions and the methods of those wizards. Warwick thought for a moment and said, "Young master, I have to pay taxes to those damn capitalists when I trade in Maple Leaf Town. There is no reason to pay taxes to those shameful merchants in our own territory. The old baron once protected them and took them in, but they rewarded us by dividing our territory. In this case, we should just rob them. If we attack the daily caravans in Maple Leaf Town, we will soon get the materials you need." Sunan had no objection to this, as long as he could get the materials he needed. "Then I'll leave it to you. Warwick, pay attention to your own safety." In the next 5 months, the town council of Maple Leaf Town quarreled every day, because their caravans were attacked every day. The number of trades in the entire trading town was reduced by almost 1/3. This put all the pressure on Mayor Shortcut. Mayor Shortcut had just hired a few gangsters to find out about Sunan's affairs and test whether Sunan was the murderer of his son. As a result, his trick was strangled before he could perform it. Because a large number of merchants and customers in Maple Leaf Town were attacked and looted, and there were many reports of monsters appearing, Mayor Shortcut was questioned. Can he still protect the interests of the trading town? The guild presidents in Maple Leaf Town changed their faces again and again, from the initial request to his questioning, and then to the current sarcasm. He is not having a good time. Mayor Shortcut even followed the militia and ran out of the town to find the culprit who attacked their town's caravan, but every time he ran for most of the day and found nothing. Mayor Shortcut, who was the most proud of Maple Leaf Town a short while ago, is now in a state of panic. The bandits in Baron Peter's territory disappeared, but the business environment in Maple Leaf Town has become worse. What kind of reason is this? At this time, at the town council, a female president of the fur processing guild suddenly proposed, "Mayor, you have been working hard for half a year, but our business is being damaged every moment. If you don't have the ability to protect us, then why should we pay business taxes? Why don't we look for military forces that can protect us? I heard that the little baron has been an adult for more than 6 months, and he is more than 16 years old. Maybe we can seek protection from the real owner of this territory?" Mayor Shortcut's face changed. He didn't care that he was the largest trader in Maple Leaf Town. He cursed in his heart, "Damn merchants, damn capital. What a spineless person. Do you still have any position? But Mayor Shortcut, when he thought of his trump card, suddenly became calm again. He didn't answer, but said to himself, in order to strengthen our military power to protect our trade, I cooperated with Lord Gus Pasha. The merchants in the town council were all surprised. Because Gus Pasha was one of the 3 official knights of Peter Baron's territory, and the most powerful one. It was because he took the lead in independence that the baronial territory of Peter was torn apart. Unexpectedly, the old mayor chose to cooperate with Gus Pasha at this critical moment, but Gus Pasha was a greedy man with insatiable desires. How much benefit did the old mayor pay to make Gus Pasha agree to help? Do these businessmen have to pay a price for the old mayor's decision? A man who was 2 meters and 3 meters tall, extremely burly, like a little giant, and wearing full body plate armor walked out from the door of the town council hall. Gus Pasha sat carelessly in the seat of the town council and grinned. Everyone, it's nice to meet you. I'm here. You can rest assured. I will soon find out the source of those monsters, whether they are real monsters or someone is making trouble. Chapter 9 Wolfsbane Potion. Summer has arrived in Baron Peter's territory. 5 months have passed. Sunan sent werewolf messengers, Warwick and Pera, to rob the caravans in Maple Leaf Town, and gathered all the materials he needed to make potions. In the attic, he added the last potion material, verbena, into the crucible, and immediately green poison materials appeared in the crucible. Among the 7 materials of this Wolfsbane potion, the most important and expensive material is Wolfsbane grass, which is rarely planted in the manors in the Storm Kingdom. The other 6 materials are just some common weeds. Finally, add a gold coin. Sunan poured the refined Wolfsbane potion into 5 glass bottles and then placed them in the storage cabinet in the attic. Put it together with the 3 bottles of high-level werewolf curse transformation potion, 5 bottles of steel claw potion, 10 bottles of sleepy potion, and 7 bottles of mental enhancement potion, plus 1. The main material of the Iron Claw potion is the claw of an animal called the Iron-Eating Leopard in the Storm Kingdom, and the rest are just 5 common ores. Finally, add a gold coin. Sunan felt that all the potion formulas deduced by the intelligent brain seemed to rely too much on gold coins, but the intelligent brain insisted that the potion formula it deduced was the best quality under the same refining difficulty. Refining 10 bottles of Sleepyhead potion, 5 bottles of Iron Claw potion, 5 bottles of wolf poison potion and the mental power enhancement, plus 1 potion in the past 5 months. Sunan has 4 units of mental power converted into mana. At the same time, his mental power increased by 1 in these 5 months. In this way, his mental power reached 9.8 and his mana reached 6.8. Wolfsbane potion requires verbena, Iron Claw potion requires the claws of iron-eating leopards, and the most needed ingredients for the mental enhancement potion are licorice and ginseng. I need to store a large amount of these materials. The others are easy to deal with. Verbena, licorice, and ginseng all need to be planted in large quantities and require a lot of resources. There is no precedent for artificial breeding of iron-eating leopards. Sunan felt more and more that becoming a wizard required a lot of resources. The materials for the Sleepyhead potion are relatively simple, but crickets are seasonal insects, so I need to invest in a cricket farm separately. Or I can take advantage of the fact that there are many crickets in summer and quickly collect enough crickets, dry them and store them. Crickets, which seem to be cheap, are actually more difficult to obtain than the materials needed for other potions in non-autumn and summer seasons. But it costs money to collect so many crickets. Sunan now feels that without enough subordinates and territories, it is really difficult to ensure his research. His work is still relatively basic among wizards. Moreover, the logical deduction of the intelligent brain emits an unknown amount of resource consumption. In this way, the resources consumed to train a wizard are extremely huge. It is no wonder why wizards chose to leave this barren land after the magic tide receded more than 2000 years ago. Sunan asked, what should I pay special attention to about the Wolfsbane potion and the Iron Claw potion? Iron Claw has no special precautions, but the Wolfsbane potion uses a large amount of verbena. Wolfsbane is associated with verbena, which strengthens the toxin strength of Wolfsbane, but also makes verbena an antidote to remove werewolf toxins. Solution 1. Use the mixed toxin method to let the werewolf apply other toxins on the wolf claws, so that the toxins become mixed toxins, and the effect of verbena will be weakened. Solution 2. Upgrade the wolfsbane potion formula to make wolfsbane potion +1, but please note that the wolfsbane potion is based on the current werewolf curse transformation potion, so the werewolf curse transformation potion must be upgraded first before the wolfsbane potion can be upgraded. Currently, there is a serious lack of information, and it is impossible to upgrade the werewolf curse transformation potion. Sunan also notes that the current different types of werewolf curse transformation potion are just separate enhancements in different functional areas. It is not an all-round upgrade. It was like a mental strengthening potion. After the formula was upgraded, a ginseng would be added to it, and the efficiency of strengthening one's mental power would be more than doubled. Sunan temporarily put the wolf poison potion aside. He would definitely let his two hounds, the butler and the head mage, use the wolf poison potion and the iron claw potion. Werewolves who don't use these two potions are like blank werewolves. The potions that I added are equivalent to adding skill slots to them. This is considered to be a helpless move, because I can't upgrade the werewolf curse transformation potion for the time being, because I know too little about the wizard world. Moreover, Sunan suspected that the higher the level of the potion, the more precious the materials needed. The difficulty of refining is also higher. At present, even if I can get a more advanced potion formula, I don't have the conditions and ability to refine it. After Sunan cleaned the crucible, he added clean water to the crucible and relit the match. After 5 months, he gathered all the materials for the sacrificial hand potion. Sunan said, "Enter the auxiliary operation mode." The next moment, all his small muscles and nerves became easily controllable under the auxiliary operation of the intelligent brain. Sunan put on his black snakeskin gloves. Because most of the materials used in refining the hand of sacrifice potion are highly toxic. In terms of difficulty, this potion is also the most difficult one among the 9 potions that he currently has. Sunan said, "List the predicted difficulties in refining the hand of sacrifice potion again." Difficulty 1. Most of the materials are highly toxic. Solution. Wear gloves and be extremely careful. Difficulty 2. The reaction of this potion is too intense, and the magic power extracted may be dangerous. The refining process is likely to have phenomena including explosions, poisonous clouds, and hallucinations. Solution. Use the auxiliary control mode and operate carefully to ensure that there are no more than 2 minor mistakes. Difficulty 3. Refining this potion may trigger more destructive magic. According to the prediction, although it seems counterintuitive, refining the original potion will require the refiner to consume 5 years of life. The optimized formula only consumes about 1 week of life. Solution. Due to insufficient information, no solution available. Sunan raised his eyebrows, which means that this potion is very dangerous. But using this potion can give his left hand a strong telekinesis. What he lacks most at present is the means to protect himself. The werewolf version of the potion and the human virtual machine tailored for him by the intelligent brain have not been calculated and designed yet. The progress is only 83% now. Therefore, it is worth refining this potion to get his first witchcraft. Sunan took a deep breath and then started the refining process with millisecond accuracy in the auxiliary operation mode. First, belladonna, then foxglove, then mistletoe, and then after the water boiled for the 7th time, add 10 grams of elderberry powder. In an instant, the liquid in the crucible turned black. The entire liquid in the crucible seemed to be burning. An illusion appeared in front of Sunan's eyes, a scene of a person being thrown into a fire pit, the person struggling in the fire pit, and then the whole body turned into ashes. His wailing was so real that it seemed as if the person was right in front of him. But Sunan was not affected by this mental pollution. It was as if a voice appeared beside Sunan's ear. Evil calls evil, violence calls violence, and improper means call improper means. You will only call evil by using evil methods. Do you think you are on the right path? Evil will only call evil, you will only call us, we have always been the same. Intelligent brain, this illusion seems to be more logical than the illusion of the werewolf curse transforming the potion. Sunan's movements were not affected at all, and he was very calm. He was like a real cold wizard, rejecting all the influence of mental pollution on himself. This caused the potion in his hand to be not affected at all. Excellent quality. Insufficient information. Unable to analyze. But from the current information, magic is very idealistic, which means it is difficult to eliminate and difficult to change. The same magic may call out some kind of memory and convey it to you through magic. This kind of thing is usually just meaningless mental pollution. It could be the originator of the potion formula, or something that wizards and monsters related to the potion have experienced. This is just a meaningless mental burden for potion making. It is detected that your mental power is rapidly being converted into mana. The mana converted by this method seems to be tainted with the characteristics of the potion being made. Chapter 10-12 Werewolf Messengers. In the forest, a carriage was traveling on a muddy path. The coachman was a middle-aged man who was very talkative. He said to the people in the carriage, "My lord from the big city, I heard that you are going to St. Sophia Cathedral. When you get to Maple Leaf Town, you can find a caravan and go there with a reliable caravan. Don't worry, I know this area well. I will take you there. Go through the castle in front and walk straight, and you will reach Maple Leaf Town. I heard that the castle belongs to the Baron." A cold woman's voice suddenly appeared in the carriage. "Wait a minute, we won't go there. Go around there, and go to Maple Leaf Town in another direction." The coachman was stunned for a moment, then kindly advised, "If we don't take this road, and take other roads, we may encounter robbers. There are robbers here in Peter County. Besides, why don't you go there, Lord?" The woman in the carriage murmured in her heart, "Fool. Can't you see? Can't you see the evil power hovering over that castle? What an evil power. How did he bypass the sheepdogs of the god of storms and return to this land in advance to start developing? I'd better avoid him. I don't know what he is. I can't tell his level just from a distance. But he can be so unscrupulous at this time and in this place. I hope he won't interfere with the task given to me by my ancestors." In the attic of Baron Peter's castle, after adding the last elderberry powder, the potion in the entire crucible suddenly rotated automatically, and a small vortex appeared. Sunan threw 4 kinds of ores, malachite, lapis lazuli, hematite, and labradorite, into the vortex in a specific order, and then the ores melted quickly inside the potion. Finally, he threw 10 gold coins into the crucible 3 seconds after the ores were completely melted in the liquid in the crucible. Just like a transaction, the 10 gold coins disappeared in the crucible, and the potion in the crucible turned into a large mass of gelatinous objects. The phantom sound in Sunan's ears disappeared. At the same time, as the potion was completed, the magic power triggered by the agitation in the air gradually subsided. Sunan put the gel potion into 3 glass bottles. Intelligent brain, how is the potion completed? The quality is perfect, but because of the limited equipment, it is not isolated from the influence of external factors, so within the predicted range, the quality is only perfect. During your operation this time, there was not a single minor mistake. Your mental power has been completely converted into mana. Your current mana value is 9.8. You are very close to the mana strength and mental strength of the wizard in the speculation, but the current mental power enhancement potion, +1, is beginning to have less effect on you. It is recommended to provide computing power to upgrade the mental power enhancement potion, +2. The witchcraft related experimental records you obtained from the robbers this time are helpful for upgrading the mental power enhancement potion, +2, which makes it possible to continue to upgrade the mental power enhancement potion project. Sunan raised his eyebrows, but at present, he still does not have enough information about wizards. This may require a lot of computing power, or even the method of elimination, to list the potion formulas, and then try out better mental strength strengthening potions again and again in thought experiments. This is equivalent to starting from scratch and calculating the wizard's civilization. Of course, this is an exaggeration, because he still got a lot of information related to wizards. I remember that the library in Maple Leaf Town is the largest library in the nearby territory, and I'm very interested in that library. Because there is no formal inheritance of wizards, now my wizard path is almost all through the side door. If I take Maple Leaf Town back, I can get the books in the Maple Leaf Town library, which may allow me to crack more potion formulas. Sunan opened one of the glass bottles and poured it on the back of his left hand. Suddenly, Sunan felt a burning sensation on the back of his left hand, as if his palm touched hot water. According to the instructions, he should use the sacrificial hand potion once a day and use it for 3 consecutive days, at least 12 hours each time, so that he can complete the transformation of his left hand. Sunan raised his left hand and looked at it. He found that the gelatinous potion of the hand of sacrifice stuck to his skin. After it touched his skin, it was like a double-sided tape stuck to his palm. It would not fall off unless he tore it off forcefully. Therefore, it did not affect his movement. Sunan thought about it and left the attic with 4 bottles of Iron Claw potion, 4 bottles of Wolf's Bane potion, and 4 bottles of Sleepyhead potion. He went to the study in the castle and stopped the maid who was about to go to the kitchen with a silver tray in the corridor of the castle. Go and get the housekeeper and the head maid. Although the maid's job was in the kitchen, since the lord had made a request, she naturally did not mind acting as a temporary errand boy. In the study, Sunan gave an order, and the 2 hounds were transformed into werewolf messengers in broad daylight. They took the Wolf's Bane potion and the Iron Claw potion and drank them. Their claws quickly showed metallic reflections, showing that their wolf claws had the hardness of steel. At the same time, Sunan ordered 2 werewolf messengers to attack a rooster in an iron cage in the study room. After the werewolf messenger scratched the rooster immediately went crazy and bit the other roosters in the cage crazily. Seeing the 3 roosters fighting in a ball, Pella widened her eyes. Oh, this wolf poison is so powerful that it can make them kill each other. The old butler Warwick was interested. Young master, this should also work on humans, right? Sunan nodded and handed the 2 potions to Pella and Warwick respectively. In this way, the military strength of our territory will be even stronger. After drinking the potion, the old butler Warwick and the head maid Pella felt the changes in their bodies. They felt that they had become stronger. In fact, this was not an illusion. The 2 additional potions made the dark night magic in their bodies even more powerful. Sunan glanced at them and saw his own development trend. He was afraid that, if he really entered the world of wizards, he would consume huge resources every day. It would be a good choice to take this group of old people to bravely venture into the wizard world in the future. This is equivalent to one person's success and the whole family's success. The old butler Warwick said, "Young master, I see that the people in Maple Leaf Town are in contact with 3 independent official knights. When will we take action against them? This group of ridiculous guys are planning to make up for their losses by encroaching on our interests. Ridiculous." Sunan thought for a while and said, "The lion and the rabbit will also use all their strength. Wait a few more days. At least I have to get the telekinetic hand first. And I want to make more werewolf messengers. The cost of making werewolf messengers is very low." So Sunan had already asked Warwick to get 15 half-grown hounds again, and spent the previous 5 months raising them from childhood to establish their loyalty. After eliminating 5 hounds that were obviously rebellious, the remaining 10 can all be made into werewolf messengers. And the previous Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 can become the leading dogs of this group of werewolf messengers. With 12 werewolf messengers, I'm afraid that I can push down any resistance attempted by Maple Leaf Town. Therefore, there is no need to rush. Moreover, in order to prevent the opponent from executing a decapitation tactic in the next battle, Sunan decided to increase his own strength and then formally sanction Maple Leaf Town. Chapter 11. Completion of the Sacrificial Hand and Father Louis. In the next 3 days, Sunan continued to use the Hand of Sacrifice potion, and also began to work overtime to refine the courier version of the Werewolf Curse transformation potion. At least 10 bottles must be refined. Since the werewolf transformation will strengthen the strongest emotion of the transformed, Sunan must ensure that the 10 hounds are very loyal to him. Because if the strongest emotion of the 10 hounds is not loyalty to him, but other emotions, they are likely to get out of control. Fortunately, hounds are much easier to control than human hearts. 3 days later, Sunan used up 3 bottles of the Hand of Sacrifice potion, and a blood red inverted cross pattern appeared on the back of his hand. However, as long as Sunan is willing, this pattern can automatically become invisible and will only appear when it is used. Sunan was about to try to test the Hand of Sacrifice, but someone broke into his study. There was a knock on the door outside, and after obtaining Sunan's consent, Father Louis from the territory walked in. Father Louis is a religious noble in the territory of Baron Peter. He is also a remote branch of the Peter family. His last name is also Peter. The nobles themselves are divided into secular nobles and religious nobles. In theory, religious nobles, that is, the abbots and priests under the church, cannot have legal children and wives. Therefore, it is easy for secular nobles to arrange their branches to become religious nobles. This can also prevent the territory from losing control in terms of religion. All along, the territory has been protected to a large extent by Father Louis. It is precisely because he is the leader of the Peter family in terms of religious power in the territory that he can use the power of religion to control Maple Leaf Town again and again, so that Maple Leaf Town will not go too far. At least, Maple Leaf Town cannot take action against Sunan in public. Father Louis is an old man. He looked at Sunan and said, "Lord Sunan, I have heard some strange rumors in the territory recently. Some people say that they often hear wolf howling in the middle of the night." Sunan raised his eyebrows and showed an expression that there was nothing strange about it. "Uncle Louis, what's so strange about this? This could be a group of wolves entered the territory of Baron Peter." Louis was a member of the Storm Church after all. Sunan couldn't tell his position. Father Louis frowned and said, "There's really nothing strange about this. There are more wolves around my church. Pera has become younger, and so has Warwick. I'm not a fool. So I asked Pera for the secret of her youth for several months, and she always made excuses to cover it up. But each time the reasons were different, and in the end, they were even contradictory." Father Louis suddenly looked up at Sunan with a gleam in his old eyes. "I heard before that you were studying witchcraft. Is there finally any result?" Father Louis was a little excited, so he coughed a few times. "Lord Sunan, lords from all over the country have more or less joined secret gatherings in private. Some even joined the cult of the crazy sea goddess, the opposite of my lord, the Lord of Storms, in pursuit of youth. I'm not so stubborn about this. In my eyes, family is more important than faith. If you really have something that can restore youth, don't forget your uncle." Sunan lowered his head and thought. In fact, Father Louis really helped him a lot. Since he traveled to this world, he basically had to rely on him to avoid the aggressive behavior of Maple Leaf Town. But Father Louis is a member of the Storm Church after all. And the Storm Church has issued new witch hunting documents almost every year, since 20 years ago. Although it is conceivable that they hunted ordinary people. But it can be seen that the Storm Church resists witchcraft. Father Louis sat down and said excitedly, "Even if your stuff is really useful, I still have many friends who will need it. If it is really useful, how powerful will our Peter family be? We can establish relationships with those earls, dukes, even the king, and the cardinals in the church one by one." After hearing this, Sunan immediately understood that he must not reveal the werewolf curse transformation potion to Father Louis. It's not that Father Louis might betray him. It's that Father Louis wants too much. But when a person wants too much, he will basically mess things up. He is currently developing rapidly, attracting the attention of many high-level officials in the Storm Kingdom. In advance would be self-destruction. To put it bluntly, when you are not strong enough, you go to contact those upper level people, you will only become a dish in their rise, instead of being able to sit at the table and share delicacies with them. Sunan thought for a while and said to Father Louis, "Uncle Louis, you really think too much. How can witchcraft exist? Even if it does exist, I dare not study it. I shoulder the responsibility of the Peter family. How can I study witchcraft and put the territory in danger? Uncle, once I'm identified as a pagan by the church, legally, pagans are not qualified to become lords." Father Louis woke up, as if someone poured cold water on him. He looked at Sunan steadily and said, "Yes, the interests of the family come first. I was too reckless, and shouldn't let someone of your status get involved in these things. Lord Sunan, your considerations are very reasonable. You have really grown up. Let's leave it at that for now. It seems that you don't trust me very much." Father Louis stood up, turned around and walked out the door. "But Sunan, I know you are very busy recently, but you should go see your cousin Julia. Julia is very worried recently." Besides, Julia is the daughter of your father's brother. You should pay more attention to your family. Sunan suddenly remembered that Julia Peter was a distant relative who temporarily took refuge in his manor. She originally inherited a tea garden from her father, as well as a small villa that came with the tea garden, but it was also occupied by her father's subordinates. In fact, the kind of thing that happened to him and Julia is not uncommon in today's Storm Kingdom. After all, the history of the entire Storm Kingdom is only more than 50 years, and it is parasitic on the fragments of a 2,000-year-old declining empire that was forcibly destroyed. After 1 or 2 generations, retribution came. The fathers and ancestors of these people used force to forcibly control this land, disintegrated the military district system, and established a feudal system here. But this kind of rule is superficial, without cultural roots and legitimate legal principles. In the next generation and the next generation, these contradictions will erupt. Either there will be capable descendants who can resolve these conflicts and completely digest these territories, or there will be an administrative explosion and directly spit out the things that have been swallowed before. After saying goodbye to Father Louis, Sunan walked out of the study and prepared to go to the living area on the other side of the castle to meet his cousin Julia. But when he walked to the armament area in the castle, he suddenly stopped at the door of the warehouse. He turned his head to look at the huge wooden door on the brick wall and heard the sound of someone rummaging through boxes and cabinets. "Who is in there?" The voice in the warehouse suddenly disappeared, but Sunan could still hear some footsteps moving slowly towards the door. "Is there a thief in the house?" Sunan raised his left hand and thought. Chapter 12. The First Battle of the Hand of Sacrifice. Sunan slowly raised his left hand. Because he had a mental power of 9.8, his basic telekinetic strength was 1.6, which was stronger than that of the werewolf messenger. But the power of the Hand of Sacrifice was that it could exchange life for telekinetic strength. And it was not a 1-to-1 ratio, but a trade-off between the degree of injury and telekinetic strength that was several times the degree of injury. The intelligent brain even speculated that, if the injury was irreversible, the telekinetic strength obtained in exchange might be very exaggerated. In other words, this Hand of Sacrifice potion was originally an unconventional potion used by a wizard organization for their dead soldiers. But after the intelligent brain, a large amount of data was used to deduce the formula, and it had been improved. Sunan raised his hand and left a palm print on the huge wooden door of the warehouse at a distance of 4 meters, and then the warehouse door was pushed open. At the moment, when the warehouse door was completely opened, a black shadow rushed out from inside. He was very fast and stabbed behind the wooden door with a dagger in his hand. But he didn't expect that there was no one behind the wooden door. So his dagger stabbed into nothing and directly stabbed into the gap between the bluestone bricks. How is it possible? The middle-aged night attendant, wearing chainmail, a pair of cowhide boots and a beard, looked shocked. No one behind the door. He moved very quickly and was ruthless. The moment he attacked, he put his palm on the wooden door in advance to feel the force point of the person behind the wooden door, and then calculated the approximate height of the other party. Therefore, as soon as he attacked, he aimed at the other party's throat. It was going to be a fatal blow. But the only problem was that there was no one behind the wooden door. The middle-aged night attendant's face changed drastically, and he was about to get up and escape from the window of the castle. After all, his mission this time was just to investigate, and there was no need to fight to the death. But he soon realized that his throat seemed to be held down by a pair of invisible big hands, and these hands were very strong. With his many years of identity as the squire of the Horned Rat Knight, he was unable to break free. The middle-aged night attendant was completely lifted into the air and was dragged into the depths of the warehouse by an invisible force. Intelligent brain, give me the data of that person and record this battle at the same time. Sunan thought that by recording the actual combat, he could better deduce the formulas of those magic potions. He walked into the warehouse and used telekinesis to close the heavy warehouse door. At the same time, Sunan felt that, because of the werewolf effect, other werewolves in the territory had already sensed that he was fighting and were rushing over quickly. This saved him a lot of trouble. The intelligent brain quickly gave him the opponent's data panel. Strength 1.4, speed 1.8, constitution 1.4. Although his agility is higher than other attributes, the instantaneous burst of power generated by the opponent's battle with you just now can reach at least 2 or more, but he was obviously tired afterwards, and was dragged into the warehouse by you with a force equivalent to 1.6, unable to resist. He is not a law knight, nor a storm knight. After being dragged into the depths of the warehouse, the middle-aged knight held a dagger, and stared at Sunan in front of him carefully. I know you. You are the little baron of this territory. Damn it, I thought this was just a simple task. I just need to sneak into this castle, and investigate a little. I didn't expect that you really know witchcraft. Damn it, you weak nobles, studying those ridiculous ancient books all day long, have you really found anything? As he spoke, he waved the dagger, and wanted to attack Sunan again, but Sunan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. His left leg seemed to be grabbed by a huge force. He fell down, and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the dagger in his hand flew out. Sunan used telekinesis to grab the dagger, and it fell into his hand. The family emblem on the dagger showed that this person was obviously a vassal of the Gus Passionite family. The heraldry of the nobility is a very large and complex course. Each emblem represents the glory of the family in the past and present. As a baron of Peter's barony, Sunan naturally knew what the emblem of the Gus Passionite family looked like. After the knight squire fell, Sunan kept waving his left hand, turning his telekinesis into fists, punching the opponent in the face one after another. Because of telekinesis, the opponent was basically unable to defend. When the middle-aged knight squire wanted to rush towards him and fight back, Sunan would calmly retreat and use telekinesis to grab the opponent's left or right leg, causing the opponent to fall instead. After 5 minutes of tossing like this, the middle-aged knight squire was equivalent to being punched for 5 minutes with a force of 1.6, and his physique was only 1.4. He squatted on the ground with a bruised face, gasping for breath, and temporarily lost the ability to resist. Sunan suppressed his body with telekinesis. From just now to now, he has only used half of his mental power. Therefore, the normal hand of sacrifice can basically suppress this kind of not very powerful, relatively mid-level knight squire. If the hand of sacrifice can cooperate with the werewolf physique and open a combination skill, I'm afraid that no matter how powerful the knight squire is, he will not be able to fight against him alone. Moreover, for mortals, witchcraft is too weird and hard to defend. Sunan said coldly, Gus Pasha, why did you send you to my castle, and what god do you believe in? The other party was obviously not a believer of the god of law and the god of storm. However, in this world, in addition to the beliefs of several major gods, there are also some relatively niche local gods, or evil gods. Worshipping these gods can also lead to the path of knighthood. But it is definitely not like the god of storms, who is doing so well in the kingdom of storms. The progress of the knight squire who believes in evil gods will inevitably be much slower than that of the knight squire of the righteous gods. Moreover, it is very likely that many unnecessary costs will be paid. Sunan did not expect that the territory of Gus Pasha, the official storm knight in his territory, actually accepted a knight squire of the evil god. I'm a believer of the horned rat. The middle-aged knight attendant squatted on the ground, panting, and said with a bruised face, the mayor of Maple Leaf Town has found Lord Gus Pasha and asked for military protection. Lord Gus Pasha agreed. The mayor of Maple Leaf Town suspects that you are the murderer behind the recent attack on the caravan. Although Lord Gus Pasha does not believe it, he still asked me to investigate you after several strong requests from the mayor. But Lord Gus Pasha, I didn't expect that you really know evil magic. Could it be that you really attacked the caravan? Fear flashed in the man's eyes. After all, after years of efforts by the church, wizards have changed from blasphemers at the beginning to the image of the ultimate villain. Under the constant intimidation of the church, the image of wizards is very close to the devil of hell. Anyway, any bad thing can be blamed on them. For example, famine, plague, and the day when someone's family gave birth to a chicken with 4 pairs of wings. It can be said to be a curse of the wizard. Therefore, after he found out that Sunan knew witchcraft and was defeated so strangely, he was very afraid of Sunan. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Gus Pasha actually intervened in the affairs of Maple Leaf Town. This means that if he takes action against Maple Leaf Town, he must be prepared to deal with more than one official knight. But the problem is that all the data of the official knight are 3. At present, the highest attribute of the werewolves transformed by his werewolf series potions is only 2. The basic attribute difference is so big that it is very difficult to fight. It will be like a primary school student fighting with a strong man. Although his werewolves have gained immortality because they were connected to the full moon in a clever way when they were created. But to be honest, the church in this world is not just for show. The official Storm Knight may have special abilities. Therefore, if Gus Pasha intervenes in this matter, he really needs to think about it carefully and continue to improve his werewolf army and his own strength. For example, break through the 10 mark of his mental power and magic power as soon as possible. The intelligent brain has previously speculated that reaching a mental power of 10 is an important stage on the road to becoming a wizard. It's just that there is a serious lack of information and I don't know the specific meaning of this stage. While thinking, Sunan saw a cold light under the clothes of the middle-aged knight attendant. He raised his left hand and waved it gently, as if he was slapping someone. The middle-aged knight attendant took out a small crossbow from his arms and changed the direction of the firing. From firing towards Sunan to firing towards his throat. The middle-aged knight attendant had already pulled the trigger and was obviously unable to stop. He watched in horror as he shot himself. The body sat on the ground, with the head drooping weakly. The way of death was very strange. This is the power of the hand of sacrifice. Sunan said to Warwick, the old butler outside the warehouse door. Old Warwick, help deal with the body. Warwick said with a little panic, young master, are you injured? I smell the smell of blood. Sunan smiled and said, then you should be able to smell it. It's the enemy's blood. Don't worry, I'm not injured. However, I really should improve my basic physical quality. During the battle just now, I was really worried that the knight attendant would rush to me. Sunan thought, intelligent brain, how is the completion of the werewolf leader potion? The calculation of the werewolf leader potion has reached 99% and will be completed soon. The old butler Warwick quickly dealt with the corpse and stripped off the chainmail on his body. This kind of chainmail is still relatively expensive. Whether it is sold or used as a trophy or award to a vassal, it is quite practical. After dealing with this assassin, Sunan spent another week refining the werewolf messenger potion and gave it to 10 werewolf messengers at a time. In this way, he once again obtained 10 werewolf messengers without adding wolf poison potion and steel claw potion. At the same time, Sunan's mental power and mana officially reached 9.9. But after 9.9, both mental power and mana grew very slowly. Sunan took the mental power enhancement potion +1 every day and could feel his mental power improving. But he just couldn't break through to 10. But it doesn't matter. He realized that as he piled up +1 mental strengthening potions every day, he was getting closer and closer to breaking through this level. Sunan temporarily ordered the werewolves to stop attacking the caravan in Maple Leaf Town. After all, now that there are official knights involved in this matter, there is a high probability that the werewolf messengers will be caught if they continue to plunder the caravan. It is very likely that the werewolf messenger will be lost in vain, and Gus Pasha will be able to learn about the werewolf messenger in advance, and it is even possible for him to discover the werewolf messenger's weaknesses. After all, the immortality obtained by connecting the werewolf and the full moon at the level of magic is not perfect. I don't have such a powerful potion technology for the time being. If the werewolf is beheaded, it will still die. After completing the expansion of the number of werewolf messengers, Sunan focused on the development of leader-type werewolf potions, and by the way, increased the number of sleepy bug potions. This kind of strategic consumable, like bullets and grenades, of course, the more the better. In battle, it may be the key to a turnaround moment. Moreover, the number of werewolf messengers cannot be increased for the time being. As hounds, werewolf messengers have serious deficiencies in intelligence and must be led or supervised by werewolves transformed from humans. Pera and Warwick have already stated that it takes a huge amount of energy to supervise 10 energetic werewolves every day. If there are more, they may not be able to control them. Although these werewolf messengers have been strengthened to be loyal to Sunan, they are still animals after all. They often cannot understand the situation and are also affected by the violent and bloodthirsty nature of werewolves. If they run away, they are likely to cause harm to their own people. Of course, if necessary, Sunan can actually disregard the bottom line and start to blast werewolf messengers without limit. After a seemingly calm half-month, there was suddenly an invitation letter from Maple Leaf Town. It turned out that the trade market in Maple Leaf Town was suddenly destroyed. The guild leaders of Maple Leaf Town unanimously agreed that it was the fault of the mayor of Maple Leaf Town, so they brought him to the town council court and invited 3 official knights from Sunan's territory and Sunan himself to attend the court as a jury. However, Sunan decisively rejected the invitation and did not even let the old butler Warwick and his exclusive lawyer represent him in the court. First, he had to stay in the territory to study the werewolf leader potion and break through the mental power to 10, so he had no time to attend the court. Second, this was obviously a hangman banquet. Besides, the mayor of Maple Leaf Town now has the full support of the Knight Gus Pasha, which must have caused the interests of many guild leaders in Maple Leaf Town to suffer losses. It's just that they want to use the court to impeach the mayor, which is too stupid. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. A court without the support of force will only be a joke. Moreover, this invitation is probably also a test of himself. Sunan looked at the old butler Warwick with some doubts. But what kind of accident happened at the Maple Leaf Town market? The old butler Warwick said, it seems like a cult organization with conspiracy, indiscriminately attacking the market and killing those merchants. The mayor of Maple Leaf Town has had a hard time recently. We just stopped attacking their caravans, and they haven't been happy for a few days before this kind of thing happened again. The strangest thing is that I heard that the planner of the Maple Leaf Town terrorist attack has always said that he has never done such a thing. It was done by another person in his body. But I think this is very likely just his excuse. Chapter 13 Leader Type Werewolf Curse Transformation Potion. Midsummer 57th year of Storm Kingdom. 7 days had passed since Maple Leaf Town last invited him to the town council court. Sunan learned about the ending of that ridiculous court from the old butler Warwick. Knight Gus Pasha broke into the court with a large group of guards, forcibly detained the guild leaders who opposed the mayor of Maple Leaf Town, and took control of the entire situation. In the name of the mayor and Maple Leaf Town's allies, he stationed troops in Maple Leaf Town. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Knight Gus Pasha found an excuse to invade Maple Leaf Town and tried to control Maple Leaf Town, which is a popular place. The mayor of Maple Leaf Town has let a wolf into the house this time. In the attic, the old butler Warwick asked Sunan, Lord Sunan, Knight Gus Pasha seems to have obtained the cooperation of another knight in our original territory. He now controls Maple Leaf Town. Shouldn't we intervene? I think his ambitions are more than that. When the old Baron was alive, he was the most powerful knight in the territory. After 5 years of preparation, I think his goal should not only be Maple Leaf Town. Sunan picked up the golden potion he had just refined. Old butler, let Knight Gus Pasha be proud for a while. If he wants to control Maple Leaf Town, he will have to invest a lot of energy and material resources in it to achieve the goal of completely controlling Maple Leaf Town. This will involve a lot of his energy, stop him from making progress, and prevent him from spending time on improving his strength. At the same time, his territory will not be able to increase much military power, because he will put most of his energy on Maple Leaf Town, which has not yet been stably controlled. Sunan said, in fact, it's not bad to let him help us clean up Maple Leaf Town. He was not in a hurry to do it. Anyway, the strength of my side is increasing every moment. Why not wait for the intelligent brain to analyze more potion formulas to enhance the strength of my side? At that time, all enemies can be solved with one blow. The old butler Warwick nodded. Of course, he listened to Sunan now. In his mind, since Sunan is now wizard, he will definitely not make mistakes. What he has to do is to silently guard the border of the manor for Sunan. The old butler Warwick said, young master, Pera and I have already asked the 12 werewolf messengers in our territory to guard every corner of the manor. If there is an enemy invasion, we can feel it through the wolf pack effect and go to support immediately. Like last time, the enemy lurking in the castle will never happen again. Young master, I have been learning some combat skills with Robert recently. He is a very good teacher and I learn very quickly. I didn't expect that at my age. I can still run and jump like a young man. Robert, who had been guarding the door, looked a little embarrassed. He was originally the most powerful Storm Knight squire in the territory. He thought that he had to protect Sunan for his half-adoptive father, the old Baron. As a result, in the past few days, he couldn't even beat an old butler and a head maid. The old butler learned very quickly, and all kinds of combat skills improved rapidly under his training. In contrast, he believed in the god of storms, allowing his soul and body to approach the god of storms through prayer and exercise, to obtain methods to strengthen himself. In the face of the werewolf transformation, he was as slow as a snail. Knight Squire Robert couldn't help but speak. It's just like cheating. If everyone can become so powerful by drinking a bottle of magic potion, who will still believe in the god of storms? Who will still work hard to become a storm knight? Lord Sunan, alas, it's a pity that I have spent too much time on the road of storms. If I transform into a werewolf, I can't believe in the god of storms. If I have to give up the road of knights for so many years, The old butler Warwick knew that Robert was a little unbalanced now, so he didn't want to stimulate him. He just laughed and said, "Mr. Robert, you are a very good person and a skilled warrior." Sunan now understood why the Storm Church regarded wizards as the biggest enemy. If mortals can do witchcraft research on their own and don't need to rely on gods, their strength can improve rapidly, then who will keep the fear of gods? Who else will become a storm knight? Sunan objectively analyzed to Robert, "Mr. Robert, the territory needs military power now, and you have the best military technology in our territory. Your skills will definitely come in handy." Robert smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Sunan. Anyway, protecting you is more important to me than my own life. I'm sorry for my words just now." Then, the old butler Warwick said that he would leave first because there were still a lot of chores in the castle that needed him to arrange. Sunan asked Robert to close the door of the attic and continue to guard outside the attic to prevent outsiders from breaking into the attic. Sunan turned around and looked at the bottle of pure gold potion in his hand. The dazzling gold was extremely beautiful. This glass bottle contained the leader-type werewolf potion. The leader-type werewolf curse transformation potion is still just a branch of the werewolf curse transformation potion. Therefore, the basic raw materials remain unchanged, but 15 gold coins and an expensive emerald as big as the belly of a little finger are added to it. At the same time, when the leader-type werewolf potion is about to be refined, 3 bottles of new high-level werewolf potion need to be added to enhance the magic power of the leader-type werewolf potion. In other words, the actual value of this bottle of leader-type werewolf potion has reached 100 gold coins. After all, emeralds are very expensive gems in this era. This makes it impossible for me to mass-produce the leader-type werewolf potion now. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, prepare to return the magic power I absorbed to the human biomass virtual machine. Ready." Sunan raised his head and drank the leader-type werewolf potion. As he drank the potion, a strong mana filled his body and responded to his own mana. Because it was a potion he made himself, he absorbed the potion very smoothly. Is this what Warwick and Pera felt when they turned into werewolves? Sunan used his left hand to support the table. He felt that every cell and every bone in his body was deforming and in pain, but at the same time, there was a sense of pleasure in his heart, which made him feel particularly complicated. Although it was not a full moon today, and it was still daytime, he seemed to see a full moon in front of him. The most successful transformation of the werewolf curse was that at the beginning, a clever method was used to connect the full moon with humans, steal the magic power of the full moon, and let the werewolves obtain a flawed immortal body. At this moment, Sunan's height was becoming huge. He grew to at least 3 meters tall. His body grew thick hair, and his muscles became as hard as steel. The exaggerated chest muscles appeared on his chest like heavy armor. Sunan made a low voice, and the high-level werewolves and werewolf messengers in the entire castle felt the roar of the werewolf king from the attic at the highest point of the castle. Sunan restrained his impulse and irritability. In his opinion, the werewolf potion was just a tool for him to achieve his goals and research. He must not be misled by the emotions of the so-called werewolves. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, analyze my current physical data. Name, Sunan. Age, 16 strength, 2 speed, 2 constitution, 3 spiritual power, 10.5. Skill 1. Reduce ordinary damage. Skill 2. Super speed self-healing. Weakness. Fire. Silver. Sunan remained in the werewolf leader state, feeling his powerful body at the moment, as if even if there was a big buffalo in front of him, he could kill it. He was very satisfied to shut down the virtual machine and return himself to the state of a pure-blooded human. After all, there was not enough information now, and he didn't know whether becoming a werewolf would affect his future as a wizard. Sunan said, "Has my current mental power exceeded 10? Your normal mental power is now 10, but transforming into a special leader type werewolf will increase your mental power by 0.5. This is because when designing the leader type werewolf potion, special programming for the wolf pack effect was added, and some auxiliary tools for you to use the wolf pack effect were attached. This results in you taking this potion. You can be enhanced in the direction of mental specialization." Chapter 14. Mental Strength Breakthrough 10. In the attic, Sunan opened the virtual machine again to test whether he could transform into a werewolf normally. He took a deep breath of air, and his body felt that he had never been in such a good condition. Then his body quickly became huge, his muscles bulged, and his pupils turned into golden rings. That was the light of the full moon. It was the light of the lunar eclipse. It was also the reason why werewolves could have imperfect immortality. Sunan stood by the window of the castle. He easily saw the tenants who were farming on the downhill of the high ground, where the castle was located, which he could not see at other times. His manor and castle were essentially on a hill. There were some farmlands on the hillside of the hill, and some farmlands at the foot of the hill. These farmlands were all his own land. But he did not have to be responsible for these trivial matters. The old butler Warwick would divide the land among some tenants and let them farm on their own land. This feeling of being touched by the enhanced facial features was so good. Sunan could even see the lines on the leaves of a tree 50 meters away. As his golden-ringed pupils expanded or shrank, his vision changed rapidly. At the same time, Sunan also realized that he had amazing hearing. Now he was standing in the attic and could hear the footsteps of 1/3 of the servants in the castle. He could tell whether it was the footsteps of a maid or a servant by the heaviness of the footsteps. With a certain amount of training, he could also accurately judge the identity of a person by listening to the footsteps. Similarly, his sense of smell was greatly enhanced. Sunan opened his mouth and breathed gently, feeling the various odor molecules in the air. He seemed to be able to smell the emotions and feel the mood of the tenants who were working hard to farm 100 meters away. The data panel cannot show complete information. After all, I didn't connect a special detection device to the intelligent brain. Sunan thought, the enhancement of the werewolf's 5 senses, especially the enhancement of smell and hearing, should be better than that of the storm knight. The werewolf's sense of smell can even smell hormones and other hormone-like substances emitted into the air, and intuitively feel the other party's vague emotions. Sunan remained in the state of a leader-type werewolf, and activated the wolf pack effect. He found that it was different from when he maintained his pure-blooded human state and used the werewolf effect as a half-wizard. At that time, it was just a simple weak mana connection similar to a weak mental connection. But when he tried to use the wolf pack effect in the leader-type werewolf state, he found that his wolf pack effect was strengthened. He could feel the emotions of the werewolves in the same wolf pack as him, whether they were angry or happy. He could also use this rough emotional connection to convey his emotions to each member of the wolf pack. He expressed his meaning without using words. At the same time, Sunan tried to transmit his mana to other werewolves in this emotional connection. The result was amazing, that this transmission had almost no mana loss. His mana was superimposed on a werewolf messenger guarding the corner of the mana. Although the werewolf messenger remained in the state of a hound during the day, its pupils suddenly turned into golden rings, and the color of the rings became deeper. At the same time, Sunan found that his wolf pack effect, which had been strengthened, seemed to become automatic. When he wants to share mana, he will automatically share his mana with the werewolf messenger in the worst condition. At the same time, when he wants to extract mana from the wolf pack, he will first extract some from the werewolf messenger in better condition. Originally, it takes years of practice to master the skills, but the intelligent brain changes the potion formula to allow Sunan to use the enhanced wolf pack effect very smoothly. In various small details, a lot of unnecessary energy is saved, and many operations are simplified. Sunan can even do some tricks that he can't do in the pure-blooded human state. He tried to use the wolf pack effect to let the 3 werewolf messengers share mana at the level of the wolf pack effect, and successfully concentrated the mana of the 3 werewolf messengers on 1 werewolf messenger. Sunan slightly noticed that the ability of this werewolf messenger was about half improved, and the recovery ability and recovery speed were greatly improved. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, calculate the data of the 3 werewolf messengers with their power superimposed. Werewolf messenger enhanced version strength. 1.7 speed. 2.6 constitution. 1.7 racial skills have been strengthened. The biggest improvement should be the tripled effective low-level undead ability, which can increase resistance to a certain power, assuming it has the power to destroy undead, or the damage of fire and silver to werewolves." Sunan understood that it seemed that the data of the werewolf messenger had not been improved that much, but in fact the skill resistance had been tripled. Sunan looked at his left hand and found that, even if he became a leader type werewolf who was good at dealing with the wolf pack effect, the sacrificial hand on his left hand could be used normally. This means that the combination of using the undead body of the werewolf and the sacrificial ability of the sacrificial hand that he had imagined before has become a possibility in reality. "I don't know what level of power I'm now in the real wizard world," Sunan said. "Intelligent brain, calculate whether my werewolf messengers, high-level werewolves, my command and my sacrificial hand, as well as a large amount of sleepyhead potion, can deal with the 2 knights." Knight Gus Pasha should have joined forces with other knights, and he has also taken in many strange people. Over the years, he has acted very arbitrarily. There are many talented people in his territory, and other lords basically treat him as a quasi-baron. Based on the previously speculated combat effectiveness of the Storm Knight template, if you lead all the existing werewolf troops to fight him, your winning rate is 89%. If he has a large number of troops around him, your winning rate is 78%. But if he knows that flames and pure silver are the nemesis of werewolves, the situation is another matter. Your winning rate will drop to 57%. If a second Storm Knight appears beside him, assuming that he will do his best to help your enemy, your winning rate will drop further, basically below 35%. The premise of all this is that the Storm Knight has no special abilities, only 3 times the strength of an ordinary human. Because of the special nature of the Storm Knight, the agility should be 3.5. Sunan thought about it. The old butler Warwick was just an ordinary person who only knew a little bit of shallow knowledge about knights, and Robert was just a knight squire. Because Maple Leaf Town and the 3 official knights deliberately blocked the news and concealed it from him, Sunan's understanding of the official knights could not be said to be too deep. He was not sure whether the Storm Knight would have anything special, but there should be no abilities such as spells and witchcraft. Because this world, excluding wizards, is quite similar to the medieval world in the previous life. The church does not have any priests or pastors who can cast any divine arts. In the church classics, healing others and resurrecting others are abilities that only gods can have. Sunan frowned. No. Although it should be said that no official knight would really help Knight Gus Pasha with all his strength, and Gus Pasha did not know the weaknesses of his werewolf army, but what he wanted was to be foolproof. After all, he was not a reckless man, and there was no need to rush out and put himself in meaningless danger for no reason, like a fighting cock. Every step you take can be completely foolproof. Continuing to study potions and strengthening yourself is the fundamental. Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, analyze the possibility of improving the werewolf army now. It is possible. Since you have obtained the formula of the Hand of Sacrifice potion, we can completely improve the formula of the Hand of Sacrifice potion, extract several relevant key points from it, and then apply this technology to the werewolf army." The Hand of Sacrifice potion itself is very suitable for the immortality of the werewolf. But the Hand of Sacrifice potion requires sufficient mental power to use, and werewolves do not meet this feature, so we can redesign it based on the Hand of Sacrifice potion formula, and deduce a potion that can convert the loss of life value into physical strength and speed. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Then call it Rage Potion. This sounds very much like a berserker. Sunan said, begin the calculation. At the same time, continue to calculate the formula of the mental power enhancement potion +2. Sunan picked up a bottle of mental power enhancement potion +1 and drank it. At the same time, he turned off the virtual machine and returned to a pure-blooded human. But suddenly, after drinking the potion, he felt that his mental power was more active than ever before. At the same time, he tried to put the empty glass bottle on the wooden table, but the empty glass bottle actually passed through the wooden table. The wooden table and the empty glass bottle overlapped together. Sunan was stunned. Intelligent brain, analyze the current situation. What happened to me? Your mental power has broken through to 10. Your mental power is too active. According to previous speculation, after the mental power reaches 10, something specific will happen, which is particularly important for wizards. The situation you are seeing now is very likely an illusion. Warning, your mental power is still increasing. Solution. Sunan realized that it seemed that some kind of power was calling him from afar, but the scene around him was completely distorted, and everything seemed to overlap. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, The Other Side of the World, The Wizard's Territory. The next moment, Sunan felt that the surrounding scene seemed to be distorted. Before he could react, he found that he had left the castle and came to a wilderness. There were grey stone tablets standing in this wilderness. The sky was grey and dim, but there was a full moon hanging in the sky. The wilderness was full of aconite grass, and there was even an ancient altar in the center. Sunan felt a special breath similar to his own on the altar. Where is this? Intelligent brain? Sunan said. The current information is seriously insufficient, but according to the analysis of your mental activity and sensory perception, this seems to be not just your illusion, but a kind of subsidiary space relative to the world you originally lived in. This can be compared to you entering the underground world of a planet, or the other side of a similar world. This area may be of great significance to wizard civilization. Sunan walked along the land of the wilderness. He stood at the highest point of the wilderness and saw that the land in the distance was shrouded in fog and could not be seen. In the grey fog was the wilderness under his feet. At the same time, in the westernmost corner of the wilderness, there seemed to be a series of ancient castle buildings, but half of the castle was shrouded in mist and looming. Many parts of the castle had collapsed, and many parts of the overall appearance of the castle had some special coffin-like designs, which looked very strange. Sunan suddenly found a figure appearing in the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw a shadow covered in a black robe standing in the middle of the wilderness. He was holding a huge sickle. His clothes were tattered, and it seemed that he had been standing here for a long time. Sunan immediately walked to the center of the wilderness and prepared for defense. Who are you? Excuse me, where is this place? The man in black robe holding a huge sickle seemed a little surprised when he heard the voice. He looked up at Sunan and said, no wizard has been born in this area for a long time. You are the first second-class wizard apprentice born in this area in the past 2000 years. It's a miracle. I'm the gatekeeper and guide of the secret world of the Grey Earth Cemetery School. You can call me your wizard apprentices whose mental power and magic power reach the standards of second-class wizard apprentices can, with the help of a mentor, enter the secret world, hidden in the cracks of the material world, that is, the other side of this world hidden by the church and the kings. I have been lonely here for too long. I don't know since when. There were no new wizards appearing in the school, and the former wizards no longer appeared here. Until one day, I realized that I was abandoned. Or seemed very depressed when he said this. All the people from the Grey Earth Cemetery School have disappeared. They may have moved away, died, or disappeared. The secret realm, or secret world, is an idealistic world that is completely corresponding to the material world. In the material world, matter dominates spirit, but here, spirit dominates matter. When the spiritual power and magic power reach a certain level, the wizards will naturally discover the secret realm and establish a huge and prosperous communication place in the secret realm. Or said, but all this came to an abrupt end more than 2000 years ago. The wizards left this land. They may have gone somewhere else. So they went to the secret realm somewhere else. And then my place became a wasteland without wizards. And the fog of the secret realm gradually swallowed up everything they had here. This spiritual realm has not been cultivated for a long time and has become barren again. Sunan raised his eyebrows. In this way, he entered a place that was once only accessible to all wizards who were second-class wizard apprentices and above in this land. Are there also levels among wizards? Guardian Oz said, of course. First are the ordinary people who study in wizard organizations, then the third-class wizard apprentices, whose mental power is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and then the second-class wizard apprentices whose mental power is enough to enter the secret world. Then are the first-class wizard apprentices who can recognize their own hearts. Then are the formal wizards. In the past, the church claimed that only gods could use thunder, manipulate fire, and heal others, and wizards could only manipulate illusions and curses at most. But these are all nonsense for formal wizards. Formal wizards are scholars who can use the power of gods. Formal wizards in the Grey Earth Cemetery can even resurrect the dead and turn them into better people. Then are the second-ring wizards above the formal wizards. Sunan's breathing was a little rapid, but he soon calmed down. The secret world was right in front of him, and he could obtain all the mysteries of the secret world with his own hands. There was no need to be impatient. Sunan said, so what does a second-ring wizard look like? Guardian Or shook his head. Even in the former Grey Earth Cemetery, there were no second-ring wizards. So, I don't know the power of second-ring wizards. But the Grey Earth Cemetery with formal wizards really did a lot of great things back then. Even the sheepdogs of the God of Law have to seek their guidance and cooperate with them to understand the secrets and weaknesses of the non-living and non-dead. Sunan said, so you don't know why the wizards of the Grey Earth Cemetery left and where they went? Guardian Or was a little depressed. I'm a guide created by the Grey Earth Cemetery in the secret world with black magic. I have no way to go to the material world. What I know is what those wizards revealed to me, but those wizards are very busy, so I only know a few things. Plus, 2000 years have passed, and I have forgotten a lot of things. Loneliness can change a lot. Fortunately, you are here now. The error-free version is read in 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Sunan understood the situation of the Guardian. He secretly asked the intelligent brain to scan the other party's data and asked, why did I appear in the secret world, where the Grey Soil Cemetery is located, and what can this secret world do? Guardian Oz said, as I said before, the secret world is a crack in the material world, just like there is a sun and a moon in the material world. The secret world is an objective place in the material world, and the wizards have only discovered it. The wizard scholars of the Grey Soil Cemetery speculate that the life in the material world has unconsciously flowed wisdom for millions of years, allowing the secret world to appear. You can also think that you are now in a super large collective unconscious world. Therefore, if you are somewhere in the real world, you will appear in this area when you enter the secret world. And the real world you are in happens to be the stronghold of the Grey Soil Cemetery 2000 years ago. So the moment you became a second-class wizard apprentice, you were summoned into the Grey Soil Cemetery's former stronghold in the secret world. Unfortunately, because no wizards have come here for too long, there is almost nothing left here. If you don't come, the last developed area here will be swallowed by the fog, and I will die in the fog. Guardian Or pointed to the full moon in the sky and the wilderness under his feet and said, the area we are in is the manifestation of your magic power in the secret world. Because of the special nature of the secret world. So casting spells here will hardly consume any mana, and the difficulty will be greatly reduced. Any life form in the material world will have a corresponding symbol in the secret world, especially wizards. When the wizard's magic power appears in the secret world, some special symbols will be formed in the secret world. This wilderness, verbena and full moon are your symbols in the secret world. It is worth mentioning that the ordinary second-class wizard apprentices cannot have as many and large symbols in the secret world as you. You are a very special wizard. Guardian Oz said, in the secret world, wizards can better observe their own hearts and experiment with their spells. But the most important thing is that as long as there is a piece of land, people will conquer and explore it, and wizards are no exception. In order to maintain the land they conquered for a long time, wizards were keen on establishing various strongholds in the secret world in the past. But suddenly one day, I don't know why, they gave up everything they had worked so hard to occupy. If it was 2000 years ago, I could guide you and let you join the Grey Earth Cemetery and obtain its inheritance, but there is nothing left here now. However, perhaps you can, as the first wizard born in this area after 2000 years, rebuild something here. Chapter 16. Did you sing a new series of potions? Sunan raised his eyebrows. Well, he understood the situation of this guardian, especially since this guy seemed to be telling his own story, but in fact he was guiding him to rebuild in the secret world. It seemed that this guardian was too lonely. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the Grey Earth Cemetery, finding this world hidden by the church was also a kind of gain. Sunan said, "Will it be dangerous to walk into the fog?" Guardian Oz said sharply, "It is very dangerous. A place with fog is like a primeval forest that has not been cultivated. Wizards who walk into it will be like ordinary people lost in the primeval forest. Except for formal wizards, no one dares to walk in the fog. But by enhancing your magic power, you can open up larger and larger fog-free areas in the secret world. Every wizard in the Grey Earth Cemetery once opened a new base around here, so this base will become larger and larger." At this time, the intelligent brain that had been secretly scanning Guardian Or gave feedback. Scan completed. According to the existing information, the other party should be a man-made object formed by a large number of soul aggregates. This soul artifact seems to have the ability to cause great damage to the soul body. If the attributes of the secret world that the other party said are true, then his combat power will far exceed the level that you can currently deal with. A large amount of data has been obtained from this soul artifact. Since you previously requested to strengthen the existing werewolves, a new idea has emerged. Now we can deduce new potions that allow werewolves to command the wolf pack in reality. And the large amount of data obtained from this soul artifact can be used as a core to create new potions for manipulating ghosts. Sunan was refreshed. Although he did not get the so-called inheritance of the Grey Earth Cemetery in the secret world, it doesn't matter. He can analyze what he needs from the things left in the Grey Earth Cemetery. Previously, he found the core knowledge that connected humans with the full moon from the books collected by his original father and the books from various territories that he had rubbed against him, and thus created a series of werewolf curse conversion potions. And now, he has found new core knowledge from this Or Guardian. Sunan quickly calmed down his joy and said to Guardian Or, "You asked me to build this secret area. It sounds like you will help me?" Sunan wanted to confirm this guy's attitude and position towards him. After all, according to the analysis of the intelligent brain, in this secret world, the strength of a man-made creature like Or, which is made up of a large number of souls, will be very strong. Therefore, it is very important to confirm the relationship between him and himself. Otherwise, this will become a hidden danger in the future. Knowing the status of both parties can establish a healthier interpersonal relationship. Or bowed his head to Sunan, then bowed and said, "You are the only wizard born in this area in 2000 years. You are also the first person I have talked to in 2000 years. Although you are only a second-class wizard apprentice, I cannot ask for too much. As a guide and guardian, you are the only wizard I need to guide and protect. So I'm willing to serve you as my master and help you open up a new wizard base here. Just like my service to the Grey Earth Cemetery. Please believe me, for me, nothing is more important than making this land prosperous again." Sunan nodded after knowing Or's thoughts. "I accept your allegiance." After establishing the allegiance relationship, Sunan's tone was a little more relaxed, and he said to Guardian Or, "By the way, you said before that it would be easier to cast spells in the secret world, and there would be no consumption. I have several formal knight enemies in reality. If I can pull them into the secret world, then this place will become my home court. It will be easier to deal with them. What do you think of my guess?" Guardian Or thought about it carefully, and then said, "What you guessed is indeed true. But it is very difficult to pull non-wizards into this area. The Grey Soil Cemetery once allocated some first-class wizard apprentices to develop it specially. It took more than 10 years to complete this spell. The name of the spell is Grey Soil 2 Matches. It is a first string combination spell that requires 5 first-class wizard apprentices to combine and use. So, I think it will be difficult for you to research similar spells in a short period of time, let alone meet the standards for casting. If you have a formal knight enemy in reality, you'd better think of other ways. The only formal knight I know is the law knight. The physical strength of the law knight is very strong, but a second-class wizard apprentice can also deal with it. The only problem is that you seem to lack a lot of inheritance, so you have no experience in dealing with formal knights. Guardian Or looked at Sunan with some worry. After all, this was the first wizard apprentice he had met in 2000 years. When he heard that Sunan had several formal knight enemies, he subconsciously became anxious for him. Sunan shrugged. Not only did he not have any inheritance, he had actually reversed some of the wizard's things through artificial intelligence big data. As a result, the path he was taking now was probably very strange in the eyes of wizards. Guardian Or continued, law knights have the ability of code prayer that can temporarily improve their body functions in different directions. By praying to the god of law and declaring the enemy's sins, if the enemy violates different laws, they will get different body functions enhanced, so as to punish the enemy with the law. In essence, this is actually an ability controlled by the enemy. After all, the enemy must first commit the sin defined by the god of law before those knights can activate the corresponding code ability. Code ability? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading Sunan at 69 book bar raised his eyebrows. My enemies are several storm knights, believers of the storm god. The storm god is the righteous god worshipped by the storm kingdom. Do you know the storm god and storm knights? Guardian Or was a little confused. The god of storms? My information is all from 2000 years ago. But 2000 years ago, there should not be the god of storms among the righteous gods I know. So I don't know what power the storm knights will have. But 2000 years ago, I did hear of an evil god called Storm Chieftain. That was a god worshipped by a semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural people from the cold northern region. There was no unified doctrine, but it was probably that the Storm Chieftain would protect his believers, overcome the cold wind and severe winter, find food, and defeat the enemy. They also had a doctrine at the time, which was that the Storm Chieftain would lead the semi-nomadic people to open up new living space in the fertile, civilized areas in the south. Sunan was slightly stunned. After all, he had lived in this alien world for more than 5 years. Most of the time, he was constantly brainwashed by the so-called common sense of the Storm Church and everyone around him. They believed that the god of storms was sacred. They believed that the god of storms was great. And he dominated the stability of society, was a symbol of civilization, and a synonym for sacredness. But if the Storm Chieftain, the national guardian of the semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural people in the north, mentioned by the Guardian of, or, is the same god as the current storm god, then it is worth thinking deeply. But what makes Sunan think deeply is that as the lord of the Storm Kingdom, he also knows the history of the Storm Kingdom. The Storm Kingdom is essentially a sacred empire established by a tribe that migrated from the north to the west 1,000 years ago. And now the descendants of this tribe, under the call of the holy war of the holy gods, are under the banner of the believers of the god of law, the friend of the holy gods. 60 years ago, they left the holy empire, and led a large number of noble second sons who could not inherit the territory and civilians without land to the Eastern Empire, wanting to establish a career. They did not help the remaining Eastern Empire to defeat the believers of the newly rising desert gods from further east. Instead, by mistake, they destroyed the Eastern Empire and established the current Storm Kingdom on the ruins of the empire. And before that, the god of law had not responded to the prayers of believers for 100 years. Chapter 17 Upgrading the Werewolf Potion Plan. After Sunan told Or his name, he explored the secret world again and found that he could not approach the fog. Even if he simply put his finger into the fog, he had a strange feeling that he could no longer distinguish the direction. If he went deep into it, he would probably be completely lost. The intelligent brain analyzed that at least the mental power of a first-class wizard apprentice, that is, 20 points of mental power, was required to enter the fog for exploration. The intelligent brain used Or as a benchmark and inferred that the minimum mental power of a first-class wizard apprentice was 20. because Sunan asked, or about his level of power, or said that he was probably equivalent to the power of a first-class wizard apprentice. Sunan looked at the castle group of the Grey Earth Cemetery hidden in the fog with a little regret. He just reversely analyzed a lot of good things from the Guardian of Ore. If he could enter this castle group in the fog, perhaps he could use big data to deduce without obtaining the inheritance of the Grey Earth Cemetery and violently crack many of the Grey Earth Cemetery's spells. Therefore, it is necessary to let the intelligent brain complete the mental power strengthening potion +2 as soon as possible to improve his mental power as soon as possible. As for Maple Leaf Town, it is just a small matter that can be taken back after his strength is improved. Strength is the foundation. Sunan followed the method taught by Ore and left the secret world with his mind. This process was like opening a door in his mind. At the same time, he returned to the attic of his castle. Robert Knight Squire said to Sunan with some concern, "Sir, where did you go just now? I heard a strange noise in your room, so I came in, but you were not in it at all, and then I turned around, and you appeared behind me." Sunan was a little surprised. It seems that the secret world cannot be equated with the spiritual world. When I enter the secret world, it is not my spirit or soul that enters the secret world, but my whole body that enters the secret world. Sunan said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." As a lord, he did not need to explain everything to his subordinates, so Robert just nodded, then took the initiative to leave the attic and carefully close the door. In the 57th year of Storm Kingdom, the summer was almost over. It took Sunan a month to complete the 2 formulas of Fury Potion and Wolf Control Potion, and prepared 15 bottles of each. With the accumulation of the previous looting of Maple Leaf Town Caravan, he saved the effort of collecting resources. The core herb of Fury Potion is a shrub called Acanthopanax synticasus. The core material of Wolf Control Potion is the claw of a wild wolf. Each claw can make about 2 bottles of potion, so Sunan ordered the old butler Warwick to hunt 2 wild wolves. He let the werewolf messenger, the high-level werewolf, and himself all take these 2 potions. At the same time, Sunan himself drank the wolf poison potion and the steel claw potion. In this way, all his werewolves have added 4 skills: steel claws, wolf poison, control of wild wolves, and rage. In the attic, Sunan said, "Intelligent brain, what is the current calculation progress of the super werewolf potion? The calculation progress of the spirit strengthening potion +2, and the calculation progress of the ghost potion." The calculation progress of the super werewolf potion is now 8%. The calculation progress of the spirit strengthening potion +2 is now 37%. The calculation progress of the ghost potion is now 67%. If we can get more information about wizards, we may be able to speed up the calculation progress. Sunan nodded and knew the current progress. The super werewolf potion was obtained by them after they had contacted Ore and reversely analyzed Ore to obtain relevant data. In addition, now that he is a second-class wizard apprentice, it is possible to continue to strengthen the werewolf potion. The super werewolf is a potion that strengthens the existing attributes of the werewolf in all aspects. Of course, there is not even a prototype now. This is equivalent to a major enhancement to the entire werewolf curse transformation potion, so the deduction speed is very slow. After all, it took Sunan several years to deduce the werewolf curse transformation potion from scratch. During this period, Sunan has converted all his mental power into mana by refining potions. Now his mental power is 10.2, and his mana is also 10.2. If he transforms into a werewolf leader, his mental power will become 10.7, and his mana will also become 10.7. The reason why his mental power progress has been so slow in the past month is that after he broke through to mental power 10, the effect of mental power strengthening potion +1 on him has become much smaller. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to calculate that mental power strengthening potion +1 can only increase his mental power to 15 at most, and the closer it is to 15, the slower the mental power growth rate. From the perspective of current knowledge, Sunan knows that his mental power strengthening potion should belong to the work of mortals, while the werewolf curse transformation potion should be considered a potion for third-class wizard apprentices. Therefore, mental power strengthening potion +2 just corresponds to the level that a second-class wizard apprentice should have. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. The same is true for eating super werewolf curse transformation potion on Liu book bar. Of course, here we only consider the difficulty of production and the level of refining, as well as the cost of the materials used. Because the difficulty and level of refining, and even the materials used, cannot absolutely represent the strength of the potion. If the formula is good and the core theory is advanced enough, the potion of the third-class wizard apprentice may not be worse than that of the first-class wizard apprentice. Sunan is very confident in the intelligent brain in this regard. The core theories and formulas of the 3 series of mental power enhancement potions, sleepy bug potions, and werewolf potions should not be bad. It's just that Sunan doesn't know other wizards, so he is not sure about his current level among wizards. But no matter what, he seems to have walked out of a sufficiently unconventional path. He can gain mana growth from the process of refining potions, so studying more potions can give him more powerful magic power. And more powerful magic power means that more difficult potions can be made, and there will be more choices when the intelligent brain performs deductions. Sunan left the attic and walked down his castle, asking the intelligent computer, "Now, what is the winning rate of my werewolf army against the Storm Knight?" The specific data of the Storm Knight's prayer ability is not yet clear. Judging from the current data, your army's winning rate is 100%. This is mainly due to the addition of the werewolf's rage ability and the ability to control wild wolves. Rage can double the werewolf's basic panel. After testing, it can appear up to twice the attributes. At the same time, there are many ordinary wolf packs living in the nearby area. Therefore, your addition of the werewolf's ability to control ordinary wild wolves has greatly offset the advantages brought by the army under the formal knights. The old butler Warwick walked towards Sunan. "Young master, there are some guild leaders who have fled from Maple Leaf Town and have fled to your castle with their families. Should we accept them? It's just that this will stimulate Knight Gus Pasha in advance." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Do we need to worry about Gus Pasha's thoughts? He can be unhappy or not, I don't care. If he has the ability, he can attack us. With the current werewolf army, there is basically no need to care about the thoughts of a few official knights. Even if they don't come to find him, Sunan plans to find them and test the current data of the werewolf army." Sunan stood at the castle window, looking at the servants carrying large and small bags on the castle lawn, and the wealthy merchants and guild leaders of Maple Leaf Town on the carriage. When the servants sent by the old butler Warwick walked over, the guild leaders and wealthy merchants immediately left their wives and children, got off the carriage, and came to greet them. "How about it, Lord Sunan? Do you agree to take us in? That devil Gus Pasha, the mayor will regret bringing that violent lunatic into the town." Now Lord Sunan is the only baron in name, so he may still be a little hesitant. God of Storms, that guy has pledged allegiance to Lord Sunan under the witness of God of Storms. Can he even ignore God of Storms? The servant said simply, and Sunan agreed. Immediately, these wealthy businessmen and guild leaders breathed a sigh of relief and began to thank Sunan one by one. Chapter 18, The Collapse of Maple Leaf Town and the Second Combat Experiment. In the castle of Peter's territory, Sunan invited the guild leaders and wealthy businessmen who had fled to have dinner together. The servants passed the exquisite thick soup to the table one by one, and there were also fragrant steaks and lamb chops, roasted potatoes and corn, which were placed on porcelain plates and served. Several guild leaders and wealthy businessmen have not enjoyed the warm feeling brought to them by stability for a long time. They quietly looked up at Sunan, who had been silent. More than 5 years ago, Sunan was just a young boy, but now Sunan, who was sitting in the main seat, had an outstanding temperament. Although he had not spoken, he gave people an unknown sense of stability. They didn't know that this was a small side effect brought by Sunan's high mental power. Sunan glanced at these people. The 3 guild leaders who fled here were mainly the Fur Guild, the Woodworking Guild, and the Textile Industry Guild. They were also the most powerful business forces in Maple Leaf Town. In addition, among the wealthy merchants, apart from those middle-class merchants, there is a wealthy merchant named Pig. He opened a hotel and a warehouse for storing supplies in Maple Leaf Town, so he is the richest merchant besides the mayor. The guild is a representative of the workers in Maple Leaf Town, and Pig is a representative of the merchants in Maple Leaf Town. since they have all fled Maple Leaf Town and come to his side. It can be seen that the mayor of Maple Leaf Town, Gus Pasha, who was forced to invite under the pressure of the werewolf messenger sent by him, is so outrageous that he almost took away half of Maple Leaf Town's assets. This kind of person will lose a lot of value when he touches any good things. At the dinner table, Pig saw that Sunan never spoke, and everyone was more or less embarrassed because of various reasons in the past, and they were too embarrassed to speak. So he hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Sunan, I was taken in by your father when I was displaced, so I stayed in Maple Leaf Town and created wealth for your father. I didn't expect that now I was taken in by you again. I was a believer of the god of law and a civilian in the Eastern Empire. Later, I converted to the god of storms. In short, if it weren't for the old Baron, I would have died in the hands of the Ava barbarians in the north." Suddenly, the three guild leaders seemed to be opened up. "Lord Sunan, you don't know that Gus Pasha, that guy with a head full of muscles, actually slaughtered vendors on the street." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Why?" The president of the textile guild was a middle-aged man. He explained to Sunan, "You also know that, although the vendors have to clearly mark the prices when doing business, there may be some things that are not very particular about doing business." Gus Pasha spent several times more on something from a vendor because he didn't pay attention to the discount information. After being reminded by the soldiers, he was furious and tore the vendor to pieces on the spot and ordered his soldiers to massacre the merchants on half of the street. During the period when your father ruled the territory, he injured people many times because of his rage, but I didn't expect that after so many years, he hasn't changed at all." The leader of the carpentry guild was a neatly dressed woman wearing men's clothes. Is said to Sunan. In addition, in order to prevent anyone from opposing him in Maple Leaf Town, he controlled speech and killed anyone who opposed him at all. Maple Leaf Town is an important commercial town in the surrounding area, but under his control, it is the most depressed day in more than a decade. We wanted the mayor to kick him out, but who knew that the cowardly bastard mayor betrayed us? Fortunately, we escaped in the middle of the night. Gus Pasha sent his pursuers to kill us, so we fled in a hurry. We originally wanted to go to the territory of another official knight, Melberrigan, in the territory, but we were worried that Melberrigan would not accept our surrender, so we ran to you. Thank you for taking us in." President is said to Sunan sincerely, "It seems that Maple Leaf Town really needs a real ruler now. The weak mayor may only be suitable for doing business, not for being our protector." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Escape in the middle of the night. The Storm Knights have a physique that is 3 times that of an adult who exercises all year round and has the most physical strength. If Gus Pasha really wants to catch them, these people should not be able to escape in the middle of the night. The only possibility is that Gus Pasha didn't know they were running away. But that's not right. Gus Pasha has sent people to hunt them down. That means Gus Pasha deliberately let them escape." Sunan thought about it, and it wasn't surprising. Gus Pasha's character portrait is very comprehensive in his mind. He is a person who can solve problems with force and will never use other things. He is too lazy to appease the leaders of the Maple Leaf Town Guild whose interests have been damaged because of him. He should want to change a group of guild leaders, and he deliberately let these people go, which is probably some kind of temptation. I just don't know if he is testing himself or other formal knights in the territory. I'm afraid the latter is more likely. Sunan thought about it for a while, but he was too lazy to think about it carefully. He is just a mortal knight who wants to usurp the territory. This guy's real target should be himself, or the Baron title of the Storm Kingdom on his body. Sunan began to think about how to test the actual combat capability of the current werewolf troops. President Yus looked at Sunan and said tentatively, "Lord Sunan, thank you for taking us in. Now the bandits in the territory have disappeared. Should we tell the royal family about the current situation? Don't you still have the main branch of the Peter family in the Holy Empire in the West? The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar read you can ask them for help. As long as the Peter family sends enough knights to help you, the problem in our territory will be solved." Sunan glanced at her and the others and casually said without saying anything. He left the table and went straight to the attic. He was now thinking about how to use Maple Leaf Town to turn their troops into test materials for his own werewolf army. President Is was somewhat at a loss. She looked at the other guild leaders and the wealthy businessman Pig, then looked at the old butler Warwick and said, "Mr. Warwick, what does Lord Sunan mean by this? Shouldn't we at least spend money to recruit some soldiers? If you are worried about money, we have money. It should be easier for the Baron to recruit and hire soldiers with money, and even possible to hire wandering knights." The old butler Warwick smiled and replied, "Maybe there is another possibility. There is no shortage of military forces in Peter Castle now. Gus Pasha has never been a problem in the eyes of Lord Sunan. Moreover, you turned a blind eye when you should have paid the most. Now, you want to please Lord Sunan, but it's too late." President Is was stunned, and the other presidents were also stunned, and somewhat unable to understand the current situation. The most cunning Eastern Empire man, the old businessman Pig, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He sensed some key element from the words of the old butler. He whispered to the valet beside him, "Take out the 500 gold coins in our inventory. Tonight, arrange a beautiful virgin. I want to present these things to Lord Sunan. Although it's a little late, there is still a chance to choose." Sunan returned to the attic. He noticed through the wolf pack effect that the werewolf hounds at the border of the manor smelled a large number of strangers and weapons. Sunan gave orders to the hound through the wolf pack effect. "Go. Bite. Show me your current strength. Intelligent brain. Record the relevant actual combat data through the wolf pack effect and record it as wolf pack file number 4. Chapter 19 Wolfsbane Combat Test. At the edge of Peter's family's castle, the night squire, Baron Pasha, led 30 well-trained soldiers from the Pasha family, as well as 30 well-equipped but poorly disciplined militiamen, provided by Maple Leaf Town, and the militia captain of Maple Leaf Town. The militia captain of Maple Leaf Town took a look at Baron Pasha and said with some lack of confidence, "The castle in front is Baron Peter's castle. In theory, we vassals need to get the Baron's permission to enter the castle. After all, at least in name, we are still subordinates of Baron Sunan. Baron Pasha is Gus Pasha's younger brother." He rode on the back of a tall horse with an extremely aggressive smile. "Peter's family, I haven't heard of this family's name for several years. My brother's father and I followed the old Baron's father to this land. The result is really sad. Baron Peter has fallen, but our Pasha family will take his place." He drew his bow and shot an arrow in the direction of the castle, and the arrow accurately landed on the gate of the fence at the edge of the castle. The gatekeeper saw this scene, and was so scared that he turned back every 3 steps, and ran quickly to the castle, wanting to report to Sunan that there was an enemy attack. Baron Pasha has been at the stage of a night squire for more than 10 years. Perhaps his talent is not enough for him to become a formal knight, but his years of immersion in the way of the Storm Knight have given him a basic physical fitness far beyond that of an ordinary knight's squire, as well as exquisite archery. Baron Pasha smiled and said, "This is considered a greeting. My brother Gus thought that those useless merchants would only flee to the other knight in the territory who openly or secretly disobeyed my brother's management, and wanted to use a reason that they took in the fugitives of the Pasha family to start a war. Who knew that those useless weak eggs would actually run to the little Baron's side? Ha 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 ha. Although the order is wrong, it doesn't matter." Baron Pasha pointed at the castle and said, "Today, this castle will belong to our Pasha family." The militia captain whispered, "The Storm Church will definitely have an opinion. The Storm Church attaches the most importance to rules. After all, we are still his subordinate nobles. Why don't you let the little Baron hand over the fugitives? As for whether to capture this castle, you should first ask your brother." The militia captain hadn't finished speaking when the warhorse under his crotch suddenly seemed to be frightened by something, and it actually neighed, and then pawed its hooves anxiously. Similarly, the warhorse under Baron Pasha's crotch was the same. "Who is it?" Baron Pasha saw a figure passing quickly in the jungle. "Stop playing tricks on me, come out." Baron Pasha shot arrow after arrow towards the jungle. He shot 7 arrows in a row, but the first 6 were dodged. Only the last iron arrow hit the opponent's arm. Baron Pasha's face was happy. Just now, he thought he would never hit the opponent. But for some reason, he clearly hit the person hiding in the jungle, but the opponent's speed was not affected at all, and the opponent's movement speed seemed to be a little wrong. Valen said, "It may be the young Baron's night squire, that Robert. Chase him." He immediately rode his horse to chase him, and the soldiers behind him, including the militia captain, could only follow him helplessly. They walked about 1,000 meters. At this moment, the scene here was completely intertwined with forests and bushes. When Valen Pasha rode his horse to chase here, he suddenly found that he had lost the opponent's position. Then, a scream came from behind him. Valen Pasha turned his head hurriedly and found that the left arm of an elite soldier who had been following him seemed to be scratched by the claws of some animal. The blood was flowing, and a large piece of his leather armor was torn. But the injury was not fatal. Valen Pasha laughed. "I may find out the real culprit who robbed the Maple Leaf Town caravan. Don't be afraid." Judging from the opponent's attack power, the opponent is not enough to cause any fatal damage to us quickly. This degree of scratches can't even affect your normal movement. This shows that the opponent's attack is insufficient. Form a defensive formation. Today I want to get rid of the wolf demon who has been playing tricks all the time. The defensive formation that Valen mentioned is an infantry phalanx. Immediately, the militia of Maple Leaf Town and the elite soldiers of the Pasha family lined up 10 in a row, forming 6 columns, forming a rectangle. This phalanx is the most powerful in narrow terrain. When fighting, just walk over. Since there are comrades in front, behind, left and right, you only need to consider chopping in a certain direction. Although it looks simple, it actually requires a lot of military training to be able to do it. So the Maple Leaf Town militia in this small infantry phalanx was undoubtedly dragged down, unable to keep up with the pace, and could only barely maintain the formation, so they could only stay in the last few rows. But this phalanx is also very useful. At least in Valen's eyes, the agile night squire hiding in the dark will have to face the stabs of several soldiers holding long swords at the same time if he wants to sneak attack his soldiers. This is also a common tactic against night squires. It is usually very useful. At least it can effectively suppress the physical advantage of night squires over ordinary soldiers. As long as the infantry phalanx holds the agile night squire hiding in the dark, he can immediately attack this person and end the battle. Then, break through the gate of the Peter family castle. Let the Pasha family completely stand on the head of the Peter family. Valen was immersed in the fantasy of family glory. His eyes quickly scanned the surrounding jungle, trying to grasp the opponent's position, but suddenly he heard a scream. He looked back and saw that the problem was with his own infantry phalanx. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. The elite soldier whose arm was scratched before had red eyes and his body hair increased in a very short time, but it was only slightly more. The sweat hair on his body became as much as the hair on many people's thighs. The most important thing was that the soldier actually started to chop at his own people and kept making meaningless roars. Because the infantry phalanx required everyone to stick to their backs, this soldier's sudden betrayal was a huge damage to the infantry phalanx. He directly killed 2 people around him and seriously injured one. Valen was a little caught off guard. He kept shouting, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The crazy soldier was just chopped to death by other soldiers. Suddenly, another shadow jumped out of the jungle quickly. This time he injured 3 soldiers in a row, but they were all injured but not disabled, and then disappeared into the jungle. Valen Pasha couldn't react at all. At this moment, Valen felt a chill in his heart. Because just now, he discovered 2 things. First, he realized that the other party was not incapable of killing an elite soldier instantly, but deliberately not killing him, or even deliberately not seriously injuring him, but waiting for those soldiers to go crazy. Second, he saw that thing. While running fast, the arrow he shot at the monster's arm fell to the ground, and the monster, that looked like a human or a wolf, seemed to be unharmed. In other words, from the beginning, the monster was not running away, but just leading them away from the door of Sunan Castle. Sweat appeared on Valen's forehead. It's impossible that there is a real monster. It must be a person pretending. How can someone be injured and act like nothing happened? Valen seemed to have reacted. Hurry up and kill the soldiers who were injured just now, otherwise they will also go crazy. Many soldiers in the soldier formation were hesitant. There was also a deep comradeship between the soldiers. Asking them to suddenly kill their own comrades by themselves was undoubtedly a test of human nature. To put it bluntly, in times of crisis, few people will behave accurately and rationally. Most people will only see that their comrades are only injured, but their superiors want to kill them. The militia captain watched this scene, and he knew in his heart that this infantry phalanx had been destroyed and no longer had any power. In the castle attic, Sunan observed the entire battle process and remotely commanded the werewolf messenger through the werewolf effect. The basic qualities and 2 points of agility of the werewolf messenger, combined with the wolf poison that can make the enemy crazy and kill each other. The harassment tactics combined are extremely powerful. Then the next step is to experiment with the werewolf messenger's ability to control wild wolves. Under Sunan's control, the werewolf messenger in the jungle, regardless of Valen's self-deception, thinking that the monster was a human impersonation, directly let out a wolf howl. There were already many wild wolves nearby, and suddenly many wild wolves appeared from behind the trees in the jungle. The eyes of these wild wolves were green, and they all rushed towards the infantry under the forced control of the werewolf messenger. Chapter 20. Rage and obtaining the heart of a night squire. These wild wolves rushed forward. The fully armed soldiers were not afraid of them at all, but before they could deal with them, the soldiers infected with wolf poison had already started to attack and disrupted the square formation. The werewolf messenger, who had been hiding in the jungle under Sunan's command through the wolf pack effect, no longer hid and appeared directly in front of everyone and began to attack the soldiers continuously, creating wounds on them and infecting them with wolf poison. Valen and the militia captain looked at the hideous wolf-like monster in the daylight, and they were all so scared that they stopped breathing for a moment. Valen's eyes widened. He didn't expect that such an inhuman monster really existed in this world. Lord of the Storm. Valen put the hilt of the sword on his forehead and prayed. Disperse. Disperse quickly. He quickly realized that if he was facing an ordinary night squire, it would be right to form a square formation. But if the opponent was a powerful monster with poisonous claws, then piling all the soldiers together would be a serious strategic mistake. The monster could infect 2 or 3 soldiers with wolf poison simply by waving its claws. Moreover, the monster could command ordinary wild wolves to charge into the square formation and create chaos. The militia captain realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but just as he turned his horse's head to escape from here, the monster suddenly rushed straight towards him and hit his horse and his body. The man and the horse were knocked off their feet. Valen's night squire immediately wanted to move his horse forward, but the werewolf messenger raised his head brutally, revealing scalded eyes, which frightened the horse under Valen's crotch so much that it neighed and raised its hooves in a moment. Frightened, Valen held the reins tightly, but found that the horse was still unwilling to move forward. Fuck. The next moment, the werewolf messenger pounced on him, and Valen gave up the horse and rolled to the ground to avoid the attack of the werewolf messenger. At the same time, it quickly got up from the ground and shot 2 arrows at a rapid speed behind it. Both arrows penetrated the body of the werewolf messenger, causing the werewolf messenger, who had just thrown down his horse, to be shot down before he could get up. Each arrow from Valen, a senior night squire, contained great power, like a crossbow arrow shot from a small crossbow. Valen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the monster fall to the ground, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank because the werewolf messenger got up from the ground. It looked very angry. It bared its teeth at Valen and roared dangerously. At the same time, it used its wolf claws to hold the 2 iron-headed sharp arrows on its chest, and while making a wolf howl, it pulled the 2 sharp arrows out of its body. Valen looked at this scene, his face covered in blood, and his brows were furrowed to the extent that he could pinch a fly to death. Damn it. Is this monster immortal? How is that possible? How can there be such a monster in this world? On the other side, Sunan, who was standing by the attic window, saw this scene through the wolf pack effect. I see. The essence of the wolf control potion is the relevant information I obtained by letting the intelligent brain scan the body of the guardian of, or, so it is essentially commanding the wolf pack at the soul level. Therefore, I specifically asked the werewolf courier to use control wolves on the horse of the night squire. So the horse was very scared and couldn't even move and attacked my werewolf courier. Because although my werewolf courier couldn't control it at the soul level, it shocked it. But this level of shock shouldn't have an effect on the night squire. I asked the werewolf courier to use control wolves on the knight's squire a second time, but it only angered him and even made the opponent more combative. I'm afraid that for beings like humans who possess high intelligence, this level of soul spells can only serve to provoke and anger at most. In essence, this control wolves seems to be an additional spell-like ability. Sunan not only resurrected the werewolves that had disappeared and only existed in ancient books and miscellaneous books through artificial intelligence, but also continuously improved and strengthened the original werewolves through artificial intelligence and magic potions. Sunan observed that the enemies on the battlefield were almost finished. Now there was only one last experimental project left. Let a werewolf messenger directly face a senior knight attendant to collect relevant combat data. Sunan ordered through the wolf pack effect. Go ahead, my loyal servant. Sunan looked at the arrow engraved with the emblem of the Pasha family on the gate of the manor on the edge of the castle. I want his life. In the jungle battlefield more than 1,000 meters away, after Baron Pasha fell off his horse, he used his secondary weapon, a dagger, to fight with the wolf claws of the werewolf messenger. He was excited to find that the opponent's strength was far inferior to his. Sunan had also used the wolf pack effect to let the intelligent brain scan his relevant data long ago. Strength 2.3, speed 1.9, constitution 2.3. This data can be regarded as a very high level of knight squires and is considered a strong one among knight squires. Anyway, Robert's data is far inferior to his, and the previous horned rat knight squire is also far inferior to him. Most of the data of ordinary knight squires are only between 1 to 2, but Valen has 2 data exceeding 2, and his agility is also very close to 2. Therefore, the werewolf messenger was absolutely suppressed in close combat with him. After Valen suppressed the werewolf messenger with close combat, he quickly retreated, took out the bow and arrows from his back, and shot the werewolf messenger in the head again. This arrow caused penetrating damage. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar. Read directly from the werewolf messenger's eyes, piercing its brain. Generally speaking, the battle to this point can be considered over. Valen's knight squire won all the victories, but in Valen's expectant eyes, the werewolf messenger grabbed the arrow that pierced its head and slowly pulled it out again. Valen's knight squire's heart fell to the bottom of the valley. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that this kind of monster must be killed by the soft-bodied priests in the church? God of Storms. He has been fighting on the battlefield for so many years and has never encountered such a monster. Could it be that the man behind the attack on Maple Leaf Town is really the Little Baron? Is this monster the Little Baron, raised by the Peter family? Valen Pasha already had the idea of escaping. He felt that at least his physical fitness could suppress the monster, so he could escape. He couldn't find a way to kill the other party now. This monster didn't die even after his head was shot through. Perhaps he should run to the Church of the God of Storms. Maybe, as the priest said, the church can repel all monsters. But Valen didn't notice that the golden pupils of the werewolf messenger had turned into a golden red, and the golden red pupils suddenly shrank. All the wounds on the werewolf messenger were healing at a faster speed. It roared, and the blood in its body seemed to boil. It became faster, stronger, less afraid of casualties, and more enjoying the pain. This is turning on the rage. The werewolf messenger pounced on him, this time using the mode of exchanging injuries for injuries, and Valen found that the more he fought, the stronger the opponent was. After all, the highest strength value of the rage werewolf messenger is 3. About 3 minutes later, the seriously injured Valen was hit by the equally seriously injured werewolf messenger with a claw and flew out, falling on a tree. At the same time, the tree was overwhelmed and broke. The werewolf messenger jumped over and attacked again, stepping on his chest with a claw, killing him. One of the important pillars of the Pasha family died at the hands of a werewolf messenger, a hound raised by Sunan. The werewolf messenger who killed Valen listened attentively, and then, under Sunan's command, used the claws of his hind legs to tear Valen's chest and dug out his heart. In the attic, Sunan said to the intelligent brain, "So, it can be considered that the heart of the knight's squire is abnormal. Could it be because he is close to the official knight, which caused the heart to mutate?" Yes. If we get this heart that has undergone some mutations, it may be of great benefit to us to research new potion formulas. After all, in this world, apart from wizards, the biggest abnormality is such a knight. Right square bracket. Chapter 21, the first Ghost Series potion. Maple Leaf Town, Town Council Hall. Maple Leaf Town at this time is no longer as prosperous as it was half a year ago. Power and Gus Pasha's brutality destroyed the relaxed business environment here. Merchants are cautious every day. If it weren't for the fact that the business center cannot be changed in a short time, they would not bring caravans here again. Because of Gus Pasha's rule, taxes are collected arbitrarily here, and law enforcement officers rob merchants wantonly. Therefore, the originally prosperous street in front of the Maple Leaf Town Council Hall has now withered. Both merchants and customers are silent and dare not make a sound, so as not to disturb the knights in the Town Council Hall. But inside the Town Council Hall, Gus Pasha, Mayor Shortcut, and a group of guards and knight attendants also fell into silence. A silent anger surrounded the Town Council Hall. Gus Pasha caressed the pale face of his brother Valen's corpse, his eyes revealing deep anger. When he lifted the white cloth covering his brother Valen's chest and saw that Valen's heart had been dug out, he crushed the tabletop next to him. Yesterday, I asked Valen to lead people to hunt down those fugitives. This morning, their bodies were thrown at the town gate. My brother couldn't even keep his body intact. His heart disappeared, and his body was covered with scars from some huge animal. Who did it? The Storm Church claimed that only when the body remains intact after death can the dead enter the kingdom of the Storm God. Otherwise he will not be redeemed by the Storm God, and his soul can only enter the Scarlet Hell after death. This is also the reason why Gus Pasha was furious. Mayor Shortcut reminded him, Lord Pasha, my son also died at the hands of this monster. The next moment, he was speechless, because Gus Pasha's scarlet eyes were staring at him, as if he was going to eat him the next moment. Gus Pasha said word by word, my brother, how can the life of your useless son be compared? After being confronted like this, Mayor Shortcut's face turned red. He wanted to be angry, but was horrified to find that there were not many familiar faces in the town council hall at this moment. He was sidelined. The militia captain was originally his last confidant. But last night, the militia captain also died with Valen, which meant that he had completely lost control of Maple Leaf Town. A soldier pushed the door of the town council hall and entered. The soldier quickly ran to Gus Pasha and said, Sir, we have found out clearly. Yesterday, those fugitives fled to the territory of the young Baron Sunan. Gus Pasha seemed a little stunned. What did you say? They didn't flee to the territory of Knight Melberrigan, but fled to the territory of that brat? If that's the case, then Mayor Shortcut's eyes lit up, and he said with hatred, Ah, I knew it. The murderer behind the scenes is the Baron. My son, I must avenge you. Gus Pasha's eyes were a little confused. 5.5 years ago, Sunan was just an ordinary 11-year-old boy. At that time, he could kill the little Baron with just one finger. But now, why does the other party seem so unfathomable? The other party killed his brother Valen, proving that he has the ability to fight against elite knights squires. But how is this possible? In the past 5 years, his territory and Maple Leaf Town have been openly and secretly weakening the real owner of this territory to prevent Sunan from recruiting enough military forces and unifying this barren territory. Not only them, even the other 2 official knights, even Knight Melberrigan who has always been at odds with him, are also openly and secretly preventing Sunan from contacting the outside world. But right under their noses, the little Baron had grown to this point. Where did he recruit his men from? Where did he get his strength from? Exclamation mark. Over the years, he had heard that the little Baron liked some useless books, but this was obviously a waste of time, so he didn't care much about this, and let the little Baron trade all kinds of books. Moreover, he asked the spies to check those books, and there were basically not many books involving knight combat skills or military engineering. Gus Pasha was a typical storm knight, a rough man. He obviously couldn't imagine that Sunan could reverse the existence of wizards and reverse the potion formula from a pile of miscellaneous books and ancient books. For him, he was too pragmatic. As long as it didn't seem to increase combat effectiveness immediately, or as long as it was a little abstract, he would think that kind of thing was useless, and then he didn't care. Gus Pasha thought of something, and suddenly grabbed the priest's collar, and dragged him in front of Alan's body. "Aren't you a priest? If my brother was really killed by a monster, how do you think we should deal with that monster?" Although Gus Pasha always felt that the other party was playing some kind of trick and there was no real monster, under the continuous strange attacks from Sunan, he was forced to seek advice from the thin priest he used to look down on. But the priest obviously didn't know the current situation. He stammered, maybe the holy water of the god of storms will work. According to religious scriptures, the god of storms controls storms and rain. The holy water blessed by the god of storms has special powers that can drive away evil. Lord Gus Pasha, perhaps you can try it. There are a lot of blessed holy waters in the churches in this town. Applying those holy waters on weapons may be able to restrain those monsters. If those monsters really exist, then let's do it. I hope that these waters blessed by you priests can really play a role. But even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Just let my soldiers believe that the holy waters are useful. Gus Pasha always felt that Sunan was just playing tricks and attacking the morale of his army. He thought for a moment and said, "Call Knight Harlan here. I will make this little baron pay the price tomorrow." Originally, I would have given him a way out for his father's sake. I would have given him enough money to let him leave here and go to the royal city of Stormwind Castle to live an ordinary life. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 Book Bar read, but since he dared to do what he has done now, don't blame me. Knight Harlan was originally the third official knight in Peter Baron's territory, but he was defeated by Gus Pasha 2 years ago and half surrendered to Gus Pasha. If Gus Pasha becomes the new Baron, he will also appoint Knight Harlan as his vassal. Soon, evening arrived. Maple Leaf Town originally had no curfew. After all, it was a nearby commercial center, but Gus Pasha still managed Maple Leaf Town with the idea of managing a knight's territory, so all the checkpoints in Maple Leaf Town were blocked by his soldiers. At the same time, Knight Harlan led 50 infantrymen into Maple Leaf Town, because Gus Pasha was going to lead a large force to the Peter family's castle early tomorrow morning. A complete showdown. But tonight was a full moon night, and a full moon like a silver plate hung in the night sky, covering all the stars, and lighting up the night sky. At this time, at the toll booth of Maple Leaf Town, a soldier holding a dagger was trampled to the ground by a huge werewolf messenger before he could react, and his head was also hit into a rotten watermelon by a claw. Sunan brought Warwick, Pera, and even Robert to the high ground next to Maple Leaf Town. The old butler Warwick said, "Young master, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The old baron will be very happy too." "Well, no need to wait until tomorrow. Today, I will make my enemies unable to see tomorrow's Sunday." Sunan glanced at Warwick and said to the intelligent brain in his heart, "Start recording the actual combat data of the wolf pack." I had obtained a special knight's heart from Valen before, which directly increased the progress of the intelligent brain in calculating the formula of the ghost potion by 37%, and at the same time, increased the progress bar of the super werewolf potion by 10%, and increased the calculation progress of the mental strength enhancement potion +2 by 4%. In this way, I have directly completed all the calculation progress of the ghost potion, and the calculation progress of the mental strength enhancement potion +2 has become 41%, and the calculation progress of the super werewolf potion is 18%. That is to say, if I can get the heart of a formal knight, it will definitely be of great benefit to me, and I can calculate more powerful and more potions. In addition, the town library of Maple Leaf Town is a learning center for nearby scholars, and obtaining information there is also very useful for me. This gives me a considerable motivation to take back Maple Leaf Town. Sunan picked up a bottle of violet potion on his waist. This is his first Ghost Series potion Ghost Knight Apprentice. Its main ingredients are 50 grams of the tissue of the Knight Apprentice's heart, as well as cemetery ashes and locust tree flowers growing in the cemetery. Except for the heart of the Knight Apprentice, which was difficult to obtain and required a little more. The other materials were very common, so I spent the whole day today to complete the first production of the Ghost Series potion. The difficulty of making the Ghost Knight apprentice was at the level of a second-class wizard apprentice, but the potion formula was optimized by the intelligent brain, and the core principle used was actually the same as that of the sole artificial transformation of the Guardian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, General Attack on Maple Leaf Town. Sunan asked Peter and Warwick to assist him in manipulating the 12 werewolf messengers, and asked Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, who understood him best, to lead the remaining 10 werewolf messengers. In this way, through the wolf pack effect, he can continue to use these werewolf messengers as if they were his own arms. But in fact, if Sunan transforms into a leader type werewolf, he can directly replace the work of all the above people and directly control the command of the wolf pack by himself. Moreover, in the state of a leader type werewolf, he can control the number of werewolf messengers, which should be around 30. Although using an intelligent brain can also improve command efficiency, Sunan doesn't want to expose his biggest trump card in front of outsiders. After all, he doesn't know much about the wizard world. Who knows if there will be enemies in the future who will extract information and obtain intelligence from their werewolf troops. However, an efficient command system is still very important. There are often two levels of combat effectiveness: without command and with command. Just like in the previous life, during the First World War, everyone looked down on the 2 million troops of Tsarist Russia and felt that they were not as good as the 200,000 troops in Western Europe. It was because the Tsarist Russian army had a low literacy rate, backward communication system, and no discipline. Of course, this could also be discrimination caused by some stubborn ideology. Sunan ordered 12 werewolf messengers to sneak into Maple Leaf Town. Under the full moon, the dark night magic flowing in the werewolves' blood vessels was boiling, and they seemed to be more excited than usual. The speed of action was also slightly faster than usual. There were 3 toll stations at the entrance of Maple Leaf Town, and each toll station was 500 meters away from each other. But under the efficient slaughter efficiency of the werewolf messengers, the soldiers at these toll stations were forcibly killed before they found anything. Although Sunan could directly fight the entire Maple Leaf Town head-on, the lion would fight the rabbit with all its strength, and he didn't need to deal with the official knights and his army at the same time. Therefore, he decided to reduce the number of their troops as much as possible before dueling with Gus Pasha and Knight Harlan, and lift the city defense of Maple Leaf Town to prevent them from relying on the city defense to continue to resist stubbornly even after their failure, wasting their time. Under Sunan's command, 12 werewolf messengers quietly climbed over the wooden fence of Maple Leaf Town, and then used their sharp claws to tear the throats of the militiamen on guard. Then, the 12 werewolf messengers quickly attacked the military camp in the town. Many soldiers died in their sleep, and died before they woke up. This was the result of Sunan's many times of using the intelligent brain to prepare werewolf potions. The werewolves were designed to have superb lurking abilities. They were originally a race of the Dark Knight. But not all the soldiers of the Pasha family were freeloaders. A knight attendant trained by the Pasha family was very alert. When a werewolf messenger sneaked into his room and pounced on his bed, he woke up. He grabbed the arms of the werewolf that pounced on him with both hands, trying not to let the werewolf messenger's claws cut his chest. Because of the struggle and beating on the bed, the torch next to it was knocked over, causing a fire in the military camp. He shouted with effort, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What kind of monster is this?" At that time, the soldiers of Maple Leaf Town realized that they were attacked. But they had lost more than half of their men. There were only about 130 soldiers left. The knight attendant of the Pasha family wrestled with a werewolf messenger on the bed, but he had no weapon at hand. Fortunately, he had the habit of wearing chainmail when sleeping, so he could barely stop the werewolf. He said to the 2 guards in the room, "Damn it, why don't you come to help quickly, quickly, stab this monster in the back. Pour the holy water on the sword." A guard poured the holy water in the earthenware basin on the one-handed knight's sword, then held the hilt with both hands, stood behind the werewolf messenger, roared, and part of the one-handed knight's sword was inserted into the back of the werewolf messenger. the werewolf messenger roared. Then he activated rage. His eyes turned red, and the golden ring pupils turned into golden red ring pupils. At the same time, he slapped the guard with his backhand and smashed his head. Then, the werewolf messenger used his left hand to pull out the 1.5 sword, one-handed knight sword, stuck in his back. The knight squire was stunned. The holy water didn't work. It didn't work at all. Unscrupulous priest. You hurt me. The next moment, the werewolf messenger, whose physical strength was greatly enhanced, smashed the knight squire under him with one claw. As time passed, the knight squire who was pressed under the werewolf messenger would only become more and more desperate. Because the werewolf messenger activated the rage, it could even actively hurt itself to gain physical strength. And this knight squire of the Pasha family, whose strength was only 1.5, had no way to break free, and he didn't even have a handy weapon in his hand. At the same time, in the Maple Leaf Town military camp, 2 wandering knight attendants who were originally hired by Maple Leaf Town heard the screams, roars, and wolf howls in the military camp, and saw the uncontrolled flames. They wanted to walk out of their rooms and go to help, but when they reached the door of the room, they stopped. After all, they were just mercenaries who were paid to do things. In the past, they took money and pretended to be powerful in Maple Leaf Town, scaring the gangsters or intimidating the robbers. These were simple things. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. Read at 69 Book Bar, but recently, Maple Leaf Town has been really in a state of panic, and now, the entire military camp outside seems to be in a sea of fire. Do these mercenaries need to go out and fight for Maple Leaf Town and the Pasha family? The 2 wandering knight attendants thought about it, then locked the wooden lock of the room with their backhands, and pushed furniture such as tables behind the door. I guess this is a civil war in Baron Peter's territory. Just this morning, Gus Pasha said he wanted to control the entire territory of Peter. We are doing things for money. No matter who wins today, I don't think they will refuse the loyalty of 2 knight squires. That's true. Anyway, let's just pretend to sleep. You see, no enemies attacked our room, which is enough to explain the problem. The 2 of us just lie in bed and sleep, pretending that we know nothing. Tomorrow, we can change a new employer, but we don't know which side this new employer will be on. They didn't know that when they were talking, a werewolf messenger stood quietly in the blind spot next to their window, listening attentively. Then, he left quietly. Sunan, 800 meters away, heard their conversation through the wolf pack effect, so he gave the order to let them go. The vassals of the Pasha family and Knight Heron are enough to serve as my experimental materials. It doesn't make much sense whether I take the hearts of these 2 useless knight attendants with a strength data of only 1.2-1.3 or not. After the war, I still need some visible knight combat power to serve as a facade. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to explain the composition of my military force. Since these 2 people don't want to be my enemy, let them live. It's just that, after I took back Maple Leaf Town, their work attitude is very problematic. Forget it, they are just pets for others to see, and there is no need to work seriously. At that time, the entire Maple Leaf Town army had basically been relieved of the threat. Gus Pasha, Knight Heron, and their personal guards had just left the mansion of the rich businessman in the town, and rushed to the military camp. The elite soldiers of Knight Holland were also stationed in the barracks. They were almost not spared from the attack this time. He looked at the barracks in front of him, which had turned into a sea of fire, and said, "What's going on? Did Mel Berrigan sneak attack us?" Gus Pasha looked at the werewolf messengers flying through the flames. His face was livid. He had wanted to launch a general attack on Sunan tomorrow, but he miscalculated. He was a step slower. Unexpectedly, he would be attacked by the Southern Sunan team the day before launching the general attack. And those monsters. It seems that the strange ritual studied by those useless nobles may really be useful. Gus Pasha's eyes were cold. He held 2 two-handed swords in his hands. These swords were nearly 3 meters long. They were originally weapons that cavalry could only use with 2 hands. But in Gus's hands, they were like toys and could be used freely with 1 hand. He said to Heron, "It wasn't that loser Berrigan. He's not capable of that. The one who did it was the young Baron. As expected of the old Baron's son, I should have killed him 5 years ago. He said to his personal soldiers, "Pour holy water on my 2 weapons. Don't worry, I'm here. As long as we kill all those monsters, everything will return to normal." Chapter 23 Storm Prayer. Gus Pasha rode his horse towards the Maple Leaf Town military camp. He took the lead and controlled his warhorse to rush towards a werewolf messenger. At the same time, Knight Harlan and other guards could only follow, although they could choose to escape now. But whether it was Gus Pasha or Knight Harlan, they all had a kind of arrogance in their hearts. They were Storm Knights. They were the military agents of the god of storms in the world, the lords of the mortal world, and all Storm Knights were tough people. Their ancestors had crossed mountains and seas, crossed many countries, came to the territory of the god of law, to open up new territories, and conquered the present Storm Kingdom. Anyone who is a Storm Knight cannot be a coward, because the god of storms loves brave and unparalleled people. Only brave people can get the favor of the god of storms, and become formal knights through day-to-day faith and training. Sunan also realized that his real enemy had arrived. The Storm Knights may not be good at governing the territory, and their brains may not be very smart, but they are indeed warriors. Standing on the hillside, Sunan said to Warwick and Pera, "It's our turn soon. Mr. Warwick, Miss Pera, if you are afraid, I can go alone." With the combination of the Hand of Sacrifice and the Werewolf Leader, as well as the Ghost Potion and the Sleepy Bug Potion, Sunan was confident that he could get rid of the 2 knights. Warwick smiled and said, "Young master, what are you talking about? Robert and I have learned combat techniques for so long just for this moment. If I don't go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I can finally deal with the 2 traitors Heron and Gus myself." Pera also mustered up the courage to say, "Young master, I won't let you face the enemy alone." Sunan nodded and said in his heart, "Intelligent brain, start recording the experimental data of the first fight with the official knights, observe their panel data, and observe the knight's prayer ability." The file name is Werewolf Legion file number 5. Sunan said to the 2 and Robert, "Now that their army has been basically eliminated, I will use the werewolf messengers to test their combat effectiveness and combat style, at least to force them to use the prayer belonging to the Storm Knights. Only by being careful can you sail for 1,000 years." Sunan didn't want to let anything unexpected happen because of carelessness. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Moreover, he had to continue to collect the battle records of the werewolf messengers against the official Storm Knights, which were also very useful records. On the battlefield under the hillside, in the military camp, Gus Pasha took the lead and rushed towards a werewolf messenger, but before he got close, the werewolf messenger suddenly turned his head in the firelight and stared at the warhorse under Gus Pasha's crotch with scalded eyes. Suddenly, Gus Pasha's warhorse was frightened and raised its hooves and stopped moving forward. Gus Pasha tried to clamp the horse's back to comfort the warhorse under his crotch, but the method that always worked in the past was useless now. Gus Pasha tried several times, but he didn't know that his warhorse was frightened by the werewolf messenger's spell-like ability, Control Wolves, on the soul level, which was not something that any riding skills could make up for. This warhorse could not fight anymore. Damn monster. Gus Pasha jumped off the horse's back, and at the moment when the werewolf messenger pounced on him, he waved the 2 night swords in his hands that were almost 3 meters long. These night swords were almost like night guns, but when he waved them, they danced like 2 blades of a fan spinning. In an instant, the werewolf messenger was stabbed with many wounds. At the same time, the contest between the 2 also let Gus Pasha know the power of this furious werewolf messenger. What made Gus Pasha raise his eyebrows was that the power of this monster was only slightly weaker than his. The furious werewolf messenger had been wounded a lot in the continuous battle, and had long increased his physical strength to the limit. Therefore, when it fought with Gus Pasha, its strength value had reached 3. Gus Pasha turned his head to look at the werewolf messengers in the barracks, who were killing his soldiers. The power of one monster was close to his, but there were many such monsters. How did the little Baron get the loyalty of these monsters? Gus Pasha swung the 2 two-handed night swords in his hands and slashed at the werewolf messengers one after another. Although the 2 sides had similar strengths, he had the martial arts acquired through decades of hard training. Even though the panel data of the 2 sides were similar, there was a huge difference in martial arts. but Gus Pasha still looked very solemn because he noticed that the wound of the werewolf messenger was healing quickly. This represented one thing. That weak priest was talking nonsense. What holy water? It was useless. Gus Pasha felt that he had been cheated, but he was already on the battlefield, and he had no chance to run back to the church, drag the priest out of the church, and settle accounts with him. Gus Pasha slashed the left arm of the werewolf messenger in front of him with a sword, and at the same time, chopped off the right leg of the werewolf messenger with another sword. However, the werewolf messenger quickly picked up the broken limbs on the ground, and put them back on himself. At the same time, Gus Pasha saw from the corner of his eye that there were at least 7 werewolf messengers surrounding him. And he didn't know when, and dozens of ordinary wild wolves surrounded him, staring at him with green eyes. Monsters, die. Gus Pasha turned around and stretched out his 2 arms completely. The length of the 2 two-handed knight swords plus the width of his shoulders, plus his extraordinary strength, formed a huge humanoid cutter. The air made a sharp sound because of the rapid cutting. A wave of air formed more than 7 meters away with Gus Pasha as the center. All 7 werewolf messengers jumped into the air in an instant to prevent them from being cut in half by Gus Pasha in an instant. The power of the Storm Knight can be seen. When the 7 werewolves jumped into the air, Gus Pasha swung his two-handed knight sword and chopped them in the air like cutting vegetables, trying to suppress some of the werewolf messengers first. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first 69 book bar read. Since these monsters cannot be killed, even if their hands and feet are broken. What about beheading? But the 7 werewolf messengers in the air all received Sunan's order in an instant, and all changed from werewolf messenger form to ordinary hound form. These dogs that turned back into German Shepherd like hounds jumped flexibly in the air, even jumping onto Gus Pasha's sword, and then fell back to the ground, and then changed back to werewolf messenger form, and pounced on Gus Pasha. Gus Pasha was slightly surprised, because Sunan directly used the wolf pack effect to contact 7 werewolves at once. The mana fluctuation was obvious, so Gus Pasha felt vaguely that he seemed to be not only fighting with 7 monsters, but there was someone behind the 7 monsters who was remotely controlling and commanding, and the outcome was decided thousands of miles away. Moreover, just now Gus Pasha saw that the 7 monsters had all turned into hounds. No. Gus Pasha was waving his swords wildly and fell into deep humiliation and rage. Could it be that he had been fighting with Sunan's dogs all along? He was the Storm Knight, the Night Master in the eyes of ordinary people, but he, who was usually high and mighty, could only fight with Sunan's dogs at this moment? Could it be that these monsters of unknown origin were just dogs raised by Sunan? No. Sunan, who exactly was it? The fierce Storm Knight suddenly felt a fear in his heart at this moment. He quickly suppressed the fear, and then raised the knight's sword with his right hand, and raised the knight's sword with his left hand. Before the storm comes, I pray to the god of storms in my heart, please give me a sharp heart to seize every opportunity in the ever-changing world. Please give me the spirit of the storm, to be as fast as lightning. I'm willing to defeat every enemy for you. Sunan quickly let the 7 werewolf messengers retreat quickly. In the eyes of ordinary people, Gus Pasha just maintained a special action and said a few words. But Sunan could feel that at a certain moment, Gus Pasha gave him a different feeling. It was as if he himself was mixed with something. It was like a basin of white water was polluted by a drop of ink. However, it was finally forced out. On the hillside, Sunan thought to himself, intelligent brain, analyze and record the prayer skills of the Storm Knight. Gus Pasha opened his eyes and looked at the 7 werewolf messengers at the same time. He easily avoided the front and back attacks of 3 werewolf messengers. After he used the storm prayer, his reaction speed became very fast. His basic physical fitness actually did not change at all. The only thing that changed was his nerve reaction speed. Under the doubled nerve reaction speed, he wielded the heavy and overlong double swords as swiftly as wielding 2 kitchen knives. The 7 werewolf messengers, who had already turned on the frenzy and had doubled their physical fitness, were completely suppressed by him. After 3 minutes, all the werewolf messengers were injured. If they were not immortal, half of them would have died long ago. However, under Sunan's precise manipulation, every time Gus Pasha was about to chop off the head of a werewolf messenger, he would be interrupted by the attack methods of other werewolf messengers that would hurt both sides. Gus Pasha was bloodshot. So cautious. They haven't shown up yet. Sunan. Or, you don't take me seriously. He turned around and formed a huge circular slash of 7 meters wide around his body again, cutting in half the 3 ordinary wild wolves that sneaked up on him and wanted to attack. At the same time, Gus Pasha was panting and saw the 7 werewolf messengers retreating. He seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Sunan, who was walking from the other side of the barracks. Sunan looked at him and said, I see. The Storm Prayer ability seems to consume a lot of physical strength. It uses physical strength in exchange for nerve reaction speed, but it can increase your nerve reaction speed by more than 3 times. How many types of Storm Prayers are there, Gus Pasha? But Gus Pasha, since you have pledged allegiance to me in front of the God of Storms, you shouldn't use this ability against me. This is also a blasphemy against the God of Storms. Chapter 24, The Power of Combined Potions. Sunan took the initiative to come out because he realized that the 7 werewolf messengers had consumed too much physical strength. If they continued to fight, there might be casualties. He had already used a round-robin battle to consume Gus Pasha, so there was no need to allow the werewolf messengers to be damaged. It can be said that Gus Pasha has been forced to play his last trump card. In the burning military camp, Gus Pasha gasped and stared at Sunan. In a trance, he seemed to see the old Baron in the younger Sunan. He saw the old master he had been loyal to since he was a child. And standing in front of him at this moment was the son of his former master. Facing his former master, the courage in his heart was suppressed, and his violent mood was calmed for a moment. He even felt a little guilty, and did not dare to look Sunan in the eye. He said, Lord Sunan, I really underestimated you before. There are 7 kinds of storm prayers. But I'm not capable enough, so I have only learned 2. The one I just used is a storm spirit prayer that can increase my reaction speed. You observed very carefully. It is rare for ordinary people to find out after only seeing a storm prayer once that the prayers of the storm knights are all using physical energy to consume speed in exchange for the enhancement of other physical abilities. This is the great proof that the God of Storms favors us storm knights. Over the years, I have been guarding against you obtaining information about the knights. Even when I knew that you were studying those useless books all day, I felt a little happy like a villain. I'm happy. I thought you were useless. Who knows, it would be better to let you become a storm knight. Maybe the situation is different now. Gus Pasha stared. Then he maintained the storm spirit prayer on his body and at the same time raised his 2-handed knight sword in his right hand, facing the sky, and said, before the storm comes, I pray to the God of Storms in my heart, please grant me the sharp shadow and the wings of victory, so that I can move forward at the speed of lightning. I'm willing to defeat every one of your enemies for you. This is my second prayer skill, Storm Shadow. It can increase my instantaneous burst speed. He directly discarded a heavy 2-handed knight sword, then held the 2-handed knight sword in his right hand with both hands, and rushed towards Sunan. His purpose was obvious. Those werewolf messengers were too difficult to deal with, and there were too many of them. He couldn't deal with them alone. His only chance was to capture the leader first. He wanted to attack Sunan. After all, in his cognition, Sunan was not a knight, and his physical fitness should not be strong. In the flames, Sunan raised the corners of his mouth, stood still, and let the opponent's knight sword pierce his heart. Gus Pasha's pupils suddenly shrank. Why don't you try to dodge? The next moment, he realized something was wrong, and wanted to draw the knight sword and retreat. But Sunan's figure suddenly became huge. Before Gus Pasha attacked, he turned on the virtual machine in his body, turning himself into a leader-type werewolf, and turning on the berserker skill. Gus Pasha only used an iron sword, so even if he pierced his heart, he couldn't kill himself. And the rage skill requires a certain degree of damage. What could be greater than the damage caused by the Storm Knight? Sunan grabbed his knight's sword with his wolf claws, and prevented him from pulling it out. The previous injury increased his strength from the normal 2 of the werewolf leader to 3. Rage can double the panel. Therefore, his strength can actually increase to 4. Sunan backhanded a claw and hit Gus Pasha's chest. The steel claws cut through the plate armor on his chest and even the chainmail on his chest. Gus Pasha immediately made a decisive decision, gave up the knight's sword, prepared to retreat, and then picked up the knight's sword he had discarded before. In fact, this is a tactic. He had been through many battles and had long anticipated this possibility, so he threw a knight's sword on the ground in advance. But what he didn't know was that the sword he pierced through Sunan's heart not only enhanced Sunan's physical panel, because Sunan's sacrificial hand also used injuries to exchange for telekinesis. Sunan raised his left wolf claw, and then the two-handed knight's sword on the ground flew up out of thin air and pierced Gus Pasha's back like a flying sword. Ding bang, a big hole was smashed into the plate armor behind Gus Pasha. The basic telekinetic strength of Sunan's telekinetic hand was 1.6. Later, because of his growth in mental strength, it had reached 1.8. But under the serious injury, even his heart was pierced, and his telekinetic strength doubled to 3.6. After all, ordinary people would die if their hearts were pierced. This kind of self-mutilation method is something that no one can survive. Therefore, this blow made Gus Pasha spit out blood. If Gus Pasha had not activated Storm Spirit Prayer and Storm Shadow Prayer at the same time, he would have reacted quickly and dodged Sunan's additional attacks with wolf claws several times. He would have been killed by Sunan. But despite this, he still fled in panic. A formal knight was beaten so badly. Before Gus Pasha could come up with a new tactic, Sunan directly pulled out the knight's sword that was inserted into his heart with his left hand, and then, in Gus Pasha's stunned eyes, he used telekinesis to control the knight's sword and slashed his chest 3 times. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died immediately with that hideous scar. So, Sunan's telekinesis increased to 4.1, and then Sunan crushed the 2 potions in his waist pocket. One bottle of potion was the Ghost Knight Squire of the Ghost series. The other bottle of potion was the Sleepy Bug potion. After the Ghost Knight Squire fell to the ground, the potion liquid evaporated quickly and formed a soul vortex in the air, absorbing the scattered soul energy on the surrounding battlefield and extracting soul fragments from the corpses in the barracks. Then, a highly condensed Ghost Knight appeared beside Sunan, holding a knight's sword with the tip of the sword facing Gus Pasha. After the purple Sleepy Bug potion fell to the ground, under Sunan's spells, the liquid evaporated into purple gas, which condensed into thousands of small insects, scattered from all directions, and then appeared around Gus Pasha, and the small insects drilled into his nasal cavity. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads suddenly, Gus Pasha felt that he was sleepy. His cognitive ability began to decline, his reaction ability became slow, and the reaction ability that was originally strengthened by prayer dropped to a level lower than his usual level. This is still when he continued to pray. If he cancelled the prayer, his reaction speed would probably be weakened to the level of an ordinary person. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the Sleepy Bug potion cannot work on a Storm Knight with a physical fitness of 3 or above. It cannot make you fall asleep and lose at least 60 seconds of memory before falling asleep, but it should still have some effect on you. If the Sleepy Bug potion could not work repeatedly, Sunan would have wanted to try to throw a bunch of potions at Gus Pasha. Sunan ordered the Soul Knight attendant beside him to rush towards Gus Pasha suicidal. The Ghost Knight has an advantage, that is, it is not afraid of death. Because it is a high degree of soul polymer, it can cause physical damage to living people, but it also takes physical damage and the body can be broken up. However, because the core principle of his own Ghost Potion series is similar to that of the Or Guardian, the biggest feature is that it can not only allow the Ghost Knight to attack mentally, but also cause physical damage. At this moment, Gus Pasha faced Sunan, who controlled his 2 knight swords and attacked him like flying swords and summoned a ghost-like knight. In addition, even the 7-headed werewolf messenger joined the battlefield again, ready to attack behind him. At the same time, he inhaled the purple potion, and his head was dizzy. At this moment, he finally felt scared. Because he had no other choice. He found that he was about to die, and he had no way to do it. In fact, in a sense, he was seeking his own death. Gus Pasha finally felt scared. His face twitched. Sunan. Can I surrender? Sunan raised his eyebrows. As my nominal subordinate, don't embarrass me again. I thought you would at least not be afraid of death. Since you choose to rebel, you should be prepared to pay the price. Gus Pasha's face showed anger of being humiliated and fear of death. The next moment, the seven-headed werewolf messenger rushed over from behind him, and at the same time, two flying swords hit him in the face, and at the same time, a ghost knight attendant slashed him with a sword. The sword of the ghost knight servant glowed with a faint light, which was a double damage of spirit and physics, an attack on the soul and body at the same time. 3 minutes later, Gus Pasha died. On the other side, the battlefield of Night Harlan also came to an end. Butler Warwick and Maid Pella, with 5 werewolf messengers, besieged the weaker Night Harlan. They all turned on the rage, and the data panels of Warwick and Pella had reached the point of strength 4. In addition to the harassment of the 5 werewolf messengers, they also smashed 2 bottles of Sleepy Bug Potion and a bottle of Ghost Knight Servant Potion on Harlan, summoning the Ghost Knight Servant. Although the Ghost Knight Servant, who had suffered the main damage from Night Harlan, was now in tatters and almost dissipated. Under the siege of these things, the Night Harlan who had been following Gus Pasha was at the end of his rope, and in the end, the old butler Warwick ruthlessly clawed out his heart. The old butler Warwick looked at the heart in his hand, as if it were a lifetime ago. But he knew that from now on, the Baron of Peter would never be divided again. Seeing that the battlefield was basically settled, Sunan said to the intelligent brain, "Analyze the shortcomings of the ghost potion." Yes. The Ghost Knight attendant has a problem of insufficient damage. The original core principle similar to that of the Ore Guardian was to allow the temporary soul transformation summoned by the potion to bear the enemy's damage. But in actual combat, there was a danger of being almost broken by the Storm Knight. Improvement Direction 1. Create a larger ghost summon and increase the damage tolerance by increasing the number of soul fragments gathered. Improvement Direction 2. Give up the attack ability and make a ghost series potion specifically for defense and damage. Improvement Direction 3. Analyzing a large amount of data from the Storm Prayer provides such a possibility. Using the data collected, it may be possible to let the ghost pray during the battle. But now there is insufficient information, and it is difficult to do this in a short time. It can be considered as a development direction. Sunan frowned. Is this a fraud against the god of storms? Chapter 25. The wizard's descendant family hidden in the mortal world. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Sunan ordered the old butler Warwick to go to the town council hall immediately to take over the government affairs of Maple Leaf Town, and ordered Robert to take people to appease the townspeople in Maple Leaf Town who were unaware of the situation. At the same time, he asked the head maid Pera to arrest the former mayor of Maple Leaf Town, and asked the guild leaders and wealthy businessmen of the town council to return to Maple Leaf Town. Tomorrow morning, Sunan will issue a decree to the entire Maple Leaf Town as Baron Peter, lifting all the unreasonable compulsory decrees issued by Gus Pasha in the past few months, and restore the original business order of Maple Leaf Town. Maple Leaf Town is an old hen that lays golden eggs. So Sunan is not going to interfere with it, just to take it back into his own hands. A place like Maple Leaf Town is destined to be managed only in a commercial way, and in a guiding and encouraging way. Directly using administrative orders to control it will only make this commercial town in the development area gradually wither and lose its vitality. Sunan will not make the same mistake as Gus Pasha, who only has force in his mind. Sunan walked on the battlefield, ordering 12 werewolf messengers and 2 ghost knight attendants to start extinguishing the fire and prevent the fire from spreading further. At the same time, he began to collect the experimental materials he needed on the battlefield. The first was the hearts of Gus Pasha and Night Harlan, which was a big harvest. The official Storm Knights were the core of the Knight feudal lord system of the Storm Kingdom. They were rare in number, and almost every one of them had territories and armies, so it was not always possible to collect their hearts. Secondly, there was the heart of a knight attendant of the Harlan family, and the hearts of 2 knight attendants of the Gus Pasha family. In this way, he had 3 hearts of knight attendants and 2 hearts of official knights. With these, the calculation speed of the super werewolf potion and the new potion of the ghost series would be faster. In addition, Sunan went to the library of Maple Leaf Town. At this time, the guard of the library had already fled because of fear, and Sunan did not care. He walked into the library and began to read a large number of books in Maple Leaf Town. It is worth mentioning that there are actually some scholars in the library of Maple Leaf Town. These scholars are staying in the library all night to copy the books they need. The library of Maple Leaf Town is also the largest library nearby, so it attracts many scholars to come to Peter Berendum just to study and consult ancient books. At that time, the father of the original body, old Baron Peter, was originally planning to expand the territory outward with his newly built Maple Leaf Town as the core, obtain more baronies, and upgrade Peter Berendum to earldom. Unfortunately, he later went to the battlefield, and after returning, he died in some strange curse. All this has gone to waste. Because the Storm Kingdom was a country forcibly established by the Storm Knights on the remaining territory of the Eastern Empire 57 years ago, the feudal hierarchy system is not so complete. There is no 5-level system of dukes, marquesses, earls, sons, and men. In other words, this 5-level system is only in the Western Holy United Empire. Due to various historical reasons, it is relatively sound, but it may not be the case in other places. Generally speaking, the title of Viscount is rare, and so is the title of Marquis. The title of Viscount is the deputy of the Earl, and the Marquis is a border guardian set by the king for some reason. Moreover, in the Holy United Empire, there are more than a dozen different types of earls, and the title system is quite complicated. The current hierarchy of feudal lords in the Storm Kingdom is relatively simple. There are not so many special titles that have appeared due to historical reasons. It is just a simple Baron Earl Duking. In the Maple Leaf Town library, Sunan kept flipping through ancient books on the bookshelf. He read very quickly, and the intelligent brain was recording these books quickly. Many scholars looked at Sunan sideways. Because Sunan entered this library with blood on his body, his clothes were incompatible with the atmosphere of the library, but he had a strange temperament. It was as if he was supposed to be a learned and wise scholar. Sunan seemed to exude a mysterious attraction at all times, and that attraction was like a whirlpool, attracting their attention all the time. These scholars didn't know that this was because Sunan's mental power exceeded 10 at this moment. Strong mental power can naturally attract these scholars with more sensitive personalities. And in a sense, wizards are also a kind of scholars. A scholar boldly approached Sunan, holding a glass kerosene lamp, and said, "Hello, sir. I'm a scholar from the Royal Academy of Storm Castle, Edyordanov. When I returned to my hometown, I accidentally discovered the beautiful place of Maple Leaf Town and the library built by the foresighted First Lord. I wonder if you are. What happened outside?" Sunan ignored him. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the ancient books in his hand that were quickly flipping through. This made Ed a little embarrassed, but he didn't feel embarrassed because Sunan ignored him, but he seemed to feel that it was rude to disturb Sunan, who was reading so seriously. It's just that he was really worried about the outside. Although the screams and roars had subsided and the fire outside gradually dimmed, Sunan walked into the library covered in blood, which made him care and ask. Sunan finally finished reading the book and put it back on the bookshelf. He looked at the scholar Ed and made a gesture to keep quiet. "Don't worry, everything is fine. I'm Sunan Peter, the Lord of Peter Barony in Maple Leaf Town. This is just a simple rebellion. It will not affect you, and you will be safer in the future. Then, I hope I will not be disturbed again. Everyone comes to the library to get a good experience and gain more knowledge. Welcome to Maple Leaf Town." After saying that, Sunan turned and walked to another bookshelf because he had quickly finished reading the books on the bookshelf just now. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading Edyordanov at 69 book bar was a little stunned. So, Sunan had just experienced a war, but he had never seen a lord who would come to the library to find books to read after the war. Moreover, he hated others disturbing him when he was reading. It seems that Lord Sunan's obsession with books is deeper than that of many scholars. This makes Ed curious about Sunan. On the other hand, Sunan estimated that he would need several days to collect the books in this large library. My guess is correct. My father knew the power of knowledge, so he collected a lot of books during his lifetime. I'm afraid he also got a lot of books from the Peter family. In the Holy United Empire, the Peter family seems to be quite powerful. From the bookshelf just now, I really found some clues of wizards. In the bookshelf that Sunan just collected, he found a few pages of torn pages sandwiched in a dictionary. The torn pages recorded a seemingly absurd story. Such a strange thing happened in the land of the Holy United Empire 150 years ago. A boy was accidentally drowned by the river because he was playing in the water by the river. His family was very distressed because of this, but just when they were about to bury the boy in the earth according to the customs of the Storm Church, an old woman suddenly stopped them, then carefully observed the boy, and told them that the boy was not dead. She told them that she was a descendant of an ancient wizard who had left her in the mortal world, and she was a member of a wizard family. The boy's soul was taken away by the vengeful spirit in the river. As long as the vengeful spirit was eliminated, the boy could be resurrected. At the end of the story, the boy was resurrected. But when the family wanted to find the old man and report her, they found that they could not find the old man at all, and the old man's original residence had become a long uninhabited ruin. This sounds like an absurd story, but the scholar who collected these fragments felt that this might be a true story after many investigations. He believed that the old woman must be afraid of exposing her identity, so she moved away overnight and used witchcraft to disguise her original address. Moreover, he believed that these wizard families must have some mission to stay in the mortal world. But his collection aroused the fear of the Storm Church authorities at that time, so most of his collection was burned, and only a few were hidden by him. Sunan thought, could it be that even in this land, there are some descendants of wizards hiding in the mortal world, and existing in the form of a family from generation to generation? But what is the mission of these wizards' descendants? To help wizards deal with the church? To monitor something? Or did the scholar misunderstand it himself? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.